Welcome, everyone, to the Shielding Summit. All right, so I'll start a little bit about just explain the logistics or housekeeping. You enter the Shielded Island, and you are at Chalet Robinson in Brussels. So these spaces that we have available are the main stage, so there's only this one, and the food and drinks are served downstairs. There's a terrace, and there's also a tent. The toilets are at the underground floor. So for communications, this event is live streamed on X. It is also recorded. It is also photographed. If you do not want to be recorded or photographed, we have these shield stickers, so you can put them on you, and then the AV team will just not show you a feature in the recording. We will also prepare a recap video after the event. So make sure to follow the Twitter account if you want to look at it later. And also, if you want to share pictures or your experience with your friends on X, you can tag Shielding Summit. That's the account for the event. And exercise data sovereignty. So what this means is that at the Shielding Summit, it is up to you how much data you want to share about yourself. And this is why we do welcome you to use pseudonyms during networking. We have a variety of masks available. So these are, you can see, you have different levels of shielding. So you have full shield, you have partial shielding, and you have fun shielding. So it's up to you how much you want to share about yourself. And we just wanted to make it a little bit more fun while you do that. Yes, and again, if you do not want to be recorded, do signal with the sticker that you don't want to be in the cameras. We have a virtual community, the Shielded community on Signal. It is a Signal group chat, and if you scan this, you can join directly there. So the purpose of this chat is to, if you need any support, if you need any help, you can ask there, and the team and the organizers are taking a look. If you have any questions or feedback, also super welcome. And we might be sharing resources during the day, like links, documents, something that might be interesting for the community. And we will also keep it so we can all stay in touch after the summit. Yeah, just give it a minute if you want to scan it. Great, so we have a pretty intense program. There are two parts. The entire summit is only panels, except for the introduction and the closure talks. The first part starts after this talk, and then we're going to have a coffee break with some snacks. The second part is, again, two panels, and then one final presentation to wrap it up. So the scope of the Shielding Summit is very broad. We do focus a lot on privacy, data sovereignty, but we also want to cover the topic around public goods funding and just generally funding privacy as a public good, as well as interoperability, the idea that how the technologies that we're building and our ecosystems and communities can actually communicate and collaborate with each other. So the topics you might be hearing about today include terms like the shielded multi-chain, what is that? Data protection and regulations, privacy for national defense, data sovereignty, public goods funding, privacy as a public good, end-to-end data control, information flow control, and all discussions around building anti-fragile infrastructure. And the Shielding Summit is an interface between tech builders, users, and policy advocates. The entire purpose is to actually bring in these people who are working in different parts of privacy in decentralized systems, and then cannot try to have them speak to each other because there have been really little chances out there where all of us could get together and have a serious conversation about how we can advance the frontiers of privacy in these kinds of systems. So the program is structured this way, a lot of emphasis in discussions and panels, because we want to reduce the distance between the people who are speaking today, representing their projects, their communities, their work, and the audience. So please ask questions. We will dedicate at least 10 minutes Q&A. This is a really crucial part of the Shilling Summit. And until then, make yourself comfortable. Definitely, there are a lot of empty seats in front, close to the stage. Don't feel intimidated by the speakers that are coming. They're all normal human beings that do not bark. They all care about the same values as you do. So yeah, get close to the stage. Feel closer to the other human beings, even though they're just speaking on the stage. So I would like to give a shout out to all the organizers that came together to put this, to create this event. Starting from the top, Privacy Guardians, who organizes a series of events called Privacy Reunion, pretty cool, cypherpunk-driven community based on the French side of Switzerland. We have Il Padrino here, who will be from Privacy Guardians, who will be emceeing the second part of the program. Then we get the Web3 Privacy Now folks or cats, I don't know how to refer to them, but they do organize a lot of events as well, and they do have a really interesting repository where they gather all the information around the projects that are building privacy, and with the purpose of spreading awareness about them. Shout out to Web3 Privacy Now. Then we have the folks like Knowable. I'm not sure if Gavin is right now there. Well, anyways, Knowable is a team that has been helping out in the Namada ecosystem, one of the projects I'm working on, for a long time. And what drives them is this entire idea around like building self-sovereign infrastructure and funding public goods. It's like an area that they really want to focus on. Then we have Shielded Labs that we got Zuko coming over on a panel later, but Jason actually could not make it in person, but I think he will be watching the live stream. Helix is one of the teams building the Namada and Anoma protocols, and we have the Anoma Foundation supporting this event. So yeah, this is the end of the introduction. Welcome again to the Shilling Summit, and I hope you have a great time. So very quickly, I would like to introduce you to the Shilling Summit DAO. So the vision for the Shilling Summit is to provide an interface between tech builders, people who practice and want to practice data sovereignty or privacy, and as well as people who advocate for human freedoms and advocate for policy. So the entire design of this event is actually try to facilitate this environment where we turn this thinking of like we are competing with each other, like player versus player mechanics into more cooperative mechanics. So we do want to facilitate, that's one of the purposes of this event, is to facilitate collaboration, facilitate communication among the different groups. And it's organized by independent teams. So all the teams I mentioned before are independent. And to sustainably maintain this independence for the Shilling Summit, the idea is that it will only be supported through donations, and then donations will go directly to the Shilling Summit DAO. And it will be used to fund and organize future teams who want to take over the leadership and want to take over the organization of possible future chapters of the Shilling Summit. So if you like this event later and you feel like supporting this vision, the donations are accepted for now in these temporary wallets. It will be in the transition later on. We'll set up like proper multisig and so on. Oh, also, if you do feel like you align with this vision and you would like to help in organizing, obviously more teams, individuals helping are more than welcome. Yes, just leave this here. Oh, for now, we just like set it up to receive very simple USDC on Ethereum. But in the future, I do want to try out how we can receive ZEC, this is shielded ZEC, as well as shielded any other tokens using the Namada network. Great, that was it about the Shilling Summit DAO. Okay. Then one last part about the introduction. I would like to take next minutes and just have yourselves ask this question, and I will share my experience or like my personal views on what motivated me to get involved with this space and why I am here today. So actually, the reason why I got involved into this space was because I kind of recognized that at the moment in the world, we have these microsystems, we have these mechanisms, where we're playing a game where was characterized by a lot of centralized organizations who have a disproportional amount of power in extracting value out of people and the users in comparison to the value they add back into the system. So this is what I call, in summary, the game A. Game A is the world we live in today, where it got it a little bit better since we have the centralized systems, but we're still far from the game B, which is the goal. In this world, this world is characterized by fragile macroeconomic mechanisms that, in the event of, in case like there are black swan events, everything just breaks. It is characterized by the imbalanced relationship between users and systems. Again, this idea that we rely on the systems, and then we are required for the systems to work, but at the same time, the systems have this proportional amount of power in extracting value out of people. The infrastructure is extremely susceptible. Even it wasn't, the SWIFT system, the banking system, it was not designed for this, but it is incredibly susceptible to the capture by overarching governments and megacorps. And there is no data sovereignty. Game B is this world where we have more alternatives where the relationship between the system and the users is more balanced. The infrastructure is not only designed to be neutral, but it's actually credibly and practically neutral. We're turning these PvP games into co-op games. We have more alternatives to services and the products that we rely on, that we use in day-to-day lives, from publicly maximizing corporations. And it is a world where intermediaries are a choice, but they're not a requirement. That is Game B. And the reason why I'm here is because I want to help, I want to contribute to the transition from Game A to Game B. And in order to achieve that, data sovereignty is paramount. So protocols are evolving. We are slowly transitioning towards it, and decentralized systems are helping. The Bitcoin protocol introduced a system or service where everyone could pay anyone across the world and across any borders without having to ask anyone for permission. The Zcash protocol enabled anyone to pay each other across borders without having to publish your data on the blockchain, and also without having to ask anyone for permission. With the Namada protocol, we are enabling people to use any applications and interact with any other chains without having to publish their data on the blockchain. So protocols are evolving, but it is not sufficient. We have the technology, but then why is it that only cypherpunks are using them? Why is it that only people who run their own servers are using this technology? Like, until billions of people are using self-sovereign technology, the tech is not there. It is also not sufficient if policies are here to protect people, if policies are here to create a framework in which citizens can coexist with governments, where we get the best out of both worlds, why is it that there are an increasing number of individuals and teams that are afraid of building privacy-preserving, self-sovereign technologies? And with users, why is it that people don't care about self-sovereignty? How do we get them to care about it? What is it that we do? So yeah, the last question I would like to give to the audience here is, why are you here? and what excites you about being here, what keeps you here as well. Thank you. Great. So a couple of minutes. The first panel is building and funding privacy as a public good. If you're all here, please come over the stage. To make the Q&As a little bit more interesting, so there's only one Mario mask. So I think I'm gonna give it to, I took it because I was just there. I'm gonna give it to whoever asks like the best question on the entire day. So yeah, if you want this mask, please ask questions.
Do we start right away, or do we give people a little bit of time?
Hmm?
Do you want to start right away?
You have 2 minutes. You wanna get some comfortable, there's some water. We have Althea, Scott, Meg, Nicola. Nicola? What do you say? There it is. Yeah, Scott. We're missing Meg. We're missing Meg.
Is there phones on?
Phone's on mute. I think. Should probably double check that. Sometimes I sit on it and it unmutes itself.
But dial yourself.
Oh, I'm getting a call. Oh, it's me.
That's wrong.
Oh, your timing is counting down. Are we supposed to? Is someone going to tell us when to start talking? Should we take a vote? Is it time to start?
Here we go. Yeah, I vote for starting.
Start?
No, I don't.
Let's be unanimous.
Veto rights.
Okay, I think we'll get started. Can you hear me? Say, put up your hand when I'm at the ideal volume level. Okay, here? Is that good? Okay. Hello, welcome. Thanks for coming to the Shielding Summit. and for being in our shielded pool. I hope you had fun with the IBC transport across the pool. So I'm joined here with 5 guests. Maybe each of you could introduce yourself and tell me your favorite conspiracy theory.
Really starting off on that. Okay. I'm Scott, co-founder of Gitcoin and now GP at Public Works, which is a open source ecosystem fund mainly focused on things like privacy preserving technologies. My favorite conspiracy theory is, I think that maybe the most relevant one, right, is that there's a decent chance that Bitcoin was actually a CIA plot originally, right? I think there's probably some people that have some suspicion about this in the room.
I think it's plausible.
It's plausible. We don't know where it is now. Who can say? But we should take it seriously. We should let's
Too serious.
let's look for the truth, guys. And that's all I got on that.
I like it.
Truth is out there. I'm Althea. I work with the privacy and scaling team at Ethereum Foundation. We work on a bunch of applied cryptography stuff, ZK and FHE and MPC and all the acronyms. And I really didn't want to open on this question because I couldn't think of a conspiracy theory. Although I don't know if this counts as a conspiracy, but it's a favorite theory of mine, the Mandela effect. Where there are lots of different examples of this, the spelling of the Bernstein Bears, or roughly half of people in this room will think that Nelson Mandela died in prison, and the other half will be very certain that he did not. And the theory goes that both things did happen, but the universe just sort of split, and some of us got stuck in the wrong one. And we're remembering the past that we were supposed to have. I don't know if it counts as a conspiracy because it's not something that someone
No, it counts.
planned,
Absolutely.
but I really like it as a theory.
Yeah, I mean, conspiracy theory or just something close to theory.
Just some crazy shit that might be happening. Yeah, there's mine.
I don't know what's happening here.
You're obviously unprepared.
I'm Mikola, Web3 Privacy Now, we advocate for privacy. We're doing many things, but I would go for one theory that is kind of half true, and then you would think about. So I spent 15 years in surveillance capitalism, working in advertising agencies, trying to surveil people, to sell them things they don't need, or to rewire their thinking process, or use their biases, cognitive, to again sell the things they don't need a second time. And then in one of the movies of Adam Curtis, documentary filmmaker, he is pointing out that in the trajectory of evolution of PR plus pharma plus psychology, how we approach psychology, that's the way of controlling people. The sort of famous example is Valium. Hey, women, you have abuser at home. Take Valium, everything will be all right. Your place is the kitchen. Those type of things that are are still popular today. So when we are solving political problems with one pill or one therapist or within hyper individual approach, and I think there's a lot of conspiracy thinking. You can point out that direction, and that's the sort of what's missing from these discussions as well. How we navigate emotions, how we navigate the stress, and who is producing stress, and why, I don't know, why Gare du Nord, the North train station in Brussels, impact so big shock on some white people who are coming to Brussels. Thanks.
The most important part of that, which is really interesting, is that Edward Bernays was, I think, Freud's uncle, who was responsible in this. Adam Curtis, Hypernormalization is the documentary. Really good.
Century of the Self.
But he's apparently the person responsible for this consumerist, in this theory, this consumerist sort of direction, and largely psyoped the last 100 years, which is big if true.
And in I think Machine of Loving Grace, there's this connection with computation. and how we try to compute human behavior. That's another super cool one of conspiracy theories. Please.
Okay, cool. I'm Lasha. I'm working on a protocol called Rarimo, an overall public good we're building. It's kind of packaged under the tool, Freedom tool, that is a zero-knowledge, passport-based anonymous voting app currently used by Russian opposition to challenge the regime, and now branched out to an Iranian movement as well with prominent names. And yeah, it just like branches out, and there are like more groups and countries willing to try it out. But yeah, that's something you're gonna see, and we're gonna see, I guess, growing.
Pretty exciting product market fit.
My favorite conspiracy theory, it's hard, but
Is there a number that
the one I remember was like, there was this story about Tupac. You remember that he would like come back in like 17 years after his death, because that's what Machiavelli did, and there was like this date that everybody was waiting for him to like drop another single, but unfortunately it didn't happen.
left us hanging? I like it.
Hi, I'm Meg. I'm the GM of Labs at Gitcoin. We are focused on funding what matters, which includes helping people fund public goods, fund privacy, and fund things in private ways. And we've recently introduced Macy as a funding mechanism. Thanks. But most importantly, my favorite conspiracy theory. This is obviously like a very entry-level one, but my mom recently had someone come out on a new contract for the house who was a flat earther, and she had never heard of flat earth theory before, and so spent about an hour just being like, but you really think the earth is flat? Like, what happens if people, like, wouldn't we hear about people falling off and like trying to challenge this flat earth theory guy? At the end of the hour, she called me up and was like, did you know some people think the earth is flat? And like, he's making some really good points. So So anyway, my mom might be a flat earther now. But in conclusion, thanks for having us. I can't wait to dig in more into conspiracy theories and privacy.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm Gavin from Knowable, proud Nomada core team, and I guess co-organizer. I brought there's a little builder's table down that I want to plug. You can they're magnetic tiles and you can build stuff out of them, and they're fun. Yeah, so let's get started. Oh, my favorite conspiracy theory. I was a person who thought that, I don't know if it's my favorite, but I'll just expose myself here. I was a person who thought that maybe that 9/11 was an inside job because jet fuel doesn't melt steel girders. But I've since realized that how could you need so many people involved to be able to keep that contained, that it's just...
Okay, I will help you here. A friend of mine in Florida, a certain summer spent in the flying school. There were dudes learning how to fly and control basically an airplane. And two of those dudes hit 9/11 in 1 month. And he was going with them in a bar. One was longer, shorter. They were talking about things. They were discussing some politics. And yeah, these things happen.
So it was like them, like they did it.
Please don't tell my mom.
Yeah, and he also said that he was. It was interesting. They would only focus on kind of just lift off and not landing.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Wow.
What is happening now?
Yeah, here, let me help. Let's get started. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I just have this, so I don't forget what I want to talk about. We have an hour, so if you're wondering why we're just kind of just going wherever we want to go, we'll do some of that. Yeah, so maybe just to set the stage, set the scene, what's available for funding? Does anyone want to, what do we have? What's on the menu for how public goods get funded? Anyone want to take that? Scott wants to take it. You should take it.
I feel like Meg is probably a good person to start this.
Yeah, I can talk about that. Are we talking about what kinds of things?
Yeah, what are the
funded,
options?
or-
Where does funding come from?
Oh.
And yeah, and what do we like? And maybe a little bit about what we like about that, and maybe what we don't like so much like what the trade-offs are of some of the
Yeah.
different options.
I feel like there's three big categories of funding out there. So the first one, which is probably not a favorite in this room, is like traditional investments in VCs. And we see some things getting funded there that are privacy focused when they have wide like business applicability or like clear ROI, obviously, for the VCs. But there are some awesome examples of things VCs have funded, like Aztec Network, which is a privacy focused L2, and I think they're here today somewhere. The second category is grants. And so that's obviously our bread and butter at Gitcoin. And organizations like Aztec or ZK Sync or other privacy-focused infrastructure projects funding people who want to build privacy use cases using their tooling. And that's something that we're seeing growing a lot and is really exciting. And the third one is probably like crowdfunding or like seed-style investments. And again, a lot of things getting funded through that. So I think it really depends too on the type of thing that you're building, as well as your ambitions for the project.
I think maybe all I would add is like I think there's an interesting like definitely tension between like things that are investable or like even like retroactively fundable and things that we can fund up front through like initial grants. And I think that like what's really interesting is not just like I guess like maybe the way I'm thinking about this is like you've got these categories which we're outlining, but you've also got like when is this funded, or like in what way is it funded? Is it funded monetarily? Is it funded via like kind of like sweat equity, people like doing the work? Is it funded via people participating in things like ceremonies? But then the thing I was going to mention is like, is it funded retroactively or proactively? And I think we also need sort of a combination of both. And I think that like Namada is a really interesting example here actually, because you have things that are like Namada that have been supported in a sense by Anoma, which is venture funded, but Namada itself is not venture funded. So there's an interesting kind of like, I think, interplay between these different types of projects.
Yeah, I agree.
And their funding.
Yeah, I agree. So, like, what about? Did we talk about like, you know, like inflationary funding? Did anyone? I don't know if I missed that. Like, you know, you can, if we can control like, you know, how tokens are issued, we could use issuance to, you know, fund things. Any thoughts about that?
I think it kind of...
No, I will just comment here. I've seen so many teams destroyed by tokens because instead of building things, they're over-focused on, let's say, supplying a different game that is based on a fear, instead of just saying, okay, we will create a separate company who will take care of whatever trading side of the token, and then we will focus on helping people to build stuff on our protocols. And usually, mentally, it's really hard to separate those two things. While people keep saying, yeah, tokens are cool and we will help you and stuff like that. But mentally, there's a big issue there.
I feel like it's a similar trap, or like a more chaotic version of the trap that you can fall into with like VC or traditional funding, where there's pressure to like return value that can like overwhelm the desire to build whatever it is you set out to build, or sort of like build things in the right way rather than trying to like turn a profit or like return value quickly to someone who's not really there for the thing, but is like there for the return. Whether it's like, you know, 50,000 edgelords or like 7 VCs, I feel like the pressure is fairly similar, and yeah, it can kind of lead you down the same somewhat dangerous path.
Actually, I've seen recently, it's spawned from the Gitcoin team. I forgot the guys who are doing the grants mechanism, Thrive protocol and stuff, and I've seen how they are reporting, and basically it's just traditional enterprise report. Like, here's the funding, here's the amount of projects, the amount of participants, but no one discusses value for the ecosystem, apart from X projects, 200% better than expected results, blah, blah, blah. But the value for decentralization, the value for the culture is kind of missing from these cool mechanisms of how to automate a sort of impact of the public goods in that sense. and it's also kind of a big challenge on like how to address the sort of end goal. Is it end goal just to do these metrics, make it a CRM, and basically just be in the same loop of technocracy, or we can do something for the culture as well in that sense?
Yeah, it seems to me that like it's hard to evaluate the impact. It's hard to say like, I mean, you need to be able to measure, we getting more of what we want? And in order to be able to say like, what do we want to provision? How do we want to incentivize it or reward it? But I guess first we kind of have to know what it is that we want more of. And so does anybody, like any thoughts about how to, actually I saw you lifting your mic. Do you want to talk about it?
I totally want to talk about impact. Yeah, I think that this really comes from the like the grant program manager or whoever's doing the funding, in order to make sure that they're funding the right things and they've got that like cultural alignment with the program that they're talking about. The impetus is really on them to define the impact that they're looking to see. And the wonderful thing about grants programs, like not to shade VC funding, but like VC funding has only ever one goal, which is to return a positive ROI on their investment. And with grants programs, you could have tracks that are focused on more user onboarding and using privacy tools, perhaps specifically to onboard more users and set up a really clear impact tracking around that, versus things that are aimed at improving or increasing like transactions or gas fees or those kinds of traditional metrics as well.
I feel like there's an interesting problem too, though, in privacy, particularly, which this is we were chatting about this downstairs a little bit, right? With trying to like measure impact or measure like whatever metrics. If you are doing this correctly, it should be very difficult to get information about the ways that people are using the things that you're building. Or at least it should be voluntary for people to provide that, or you shouldn't just be able to kind of reach in and find out what everybody's doing. That's the whole point. And so this is something that like the design lead at the PSE team has like also like done a lot of like thinking and some speaking about the like the need to use not just quantitative but like qualitative information, and to be open to like different ways of finding out than just like turning on Google Analytics or and to like accept some like decrease in certainty.
Because it
in
can be
exchange
gamed.
for,
As soon as it's certain, it can be gamed.
right, and it can be gamed like both by users and by people who are just playing the metrics game. They're just like delivering their OKRs and their KPIs, and they are not actually accomplishing anything meaningful. If you try to make it about metrics, you stop.
Change the game.
Yeah, you stop building toward an actual goal and you start building like for metrics. So yeah, like numbers are really nice and clean and easy to work with, but they don't actually tell us that much. And there's like so much more like richness in sort of qualitative data and things like user interviews or just listening to people talk about the things that they do versus trying to collect numbers on everything.
Yeah, like a lot of the decisions we make are made with like token voting, or at least I've seen a lot of it. And it's nice and decisive, but it isn't, but like, it's one way, it's one signal. And, there are many different signals and many different kinds of stakeholders. Are there any thoughts around how to surface maybe more subtle signals so that because it's human preference that we really care about, right? And those are, for the most part, qualitative, I think, subjective. And so, like, different people are compelled to share their preferences for different reasons and at different times. Are there, like, and the loudest people I find are, like, most overrepresented, or the certain groups, certain stakeholder groups, like token voters, right? Are there, does anyone have any thoughts around other ways to get signal from a community? Because we need to know what we want, what we actually want, right?
So I think there's two parts to this. The first is just distinguishing between qualitative and quantitative, and I definitely agree that like we over-index on quantitative metrics. I also agree that like the Goodhart's law is sort of like chasing metrics tends to be very dangerous. And like, I mean, you see, there's lots of perfect examples of this. I think the best book that covers this well is like Seeing Like a State, right? Like James C. Scott basically just goes into like all the ways that state funding and sort of like metrics in that context sort of are lead to like more myopic outcomes. But like the difference, I think, between say voting as a way to get signal and say something more qualitative is I think mostly down to like showing up and like having time in the community. And I think that's a big difference where it's harder to scale. Like, why do we vote in elections? We vote in elections because it's very easy to get like aggregate information from like 100,000 or like 1 million or hundreds of millions of people. It's very hard to just get those people in a room and like have a conversation and try and figure out what is going on and what people want to see. And also, as groups scale, you tend to have different value sets. So like one of the sort of concepts that is really popular for actually, and is sort of related to quadratic funding, like with Glenn Weil's work and Audrey Tang and the sort of Taiwanese government, they've been doing a lot of work on the concept of plural voting or plural research. And the concept there is basically, how do you find different clusters of values and then create like the shortest distance bridge, or like the best sort of bridge that gets them closest to aligning with each other on some subject. And doing that, like Polis does this, for example, but like doing that well takes a lot of time and a lot more energy, and still requires some degree of like, I don't think it's purely like there's, you know, a clear boundary between qualitative and quantitative. There's always sort of something in between. But it's very difficult to get both of these sort of signals into the right spot. So I guess I think just showing up to the community is like an important thing that we underestimate. I think metrics we probably overestimate, but I don't have an actual good solution for truly figuring out like what we should be funding. And sometimes you just know, I mean, Optimism obviously has done a good job with like thinking about it after the fact, retroactive funding, because people seem to intuitively know what they've been up to, you know, in the last year that's been meaningful to them. And I think that can be useful as a way to sort of at least give some additional signal, whether that's through voting or quantitative, or whether that's just through community discussion.
Just a quick localized example. Recently, we were approached in Prague by Chinese fund who said we want to invest in public good. It's a philanthropy, it's not an investment. But we want to help Chinese builders contribute to privacy. And then we were like thinking, okay, we need to localize materials. They don't exist in Chinese language. Where we would find those people who would support the program, what kind of program it should look like. We were thinking about accelerator type of like a short term. And then it's kind of the same avenue that I told you last year about exploring local use cases around the world for privacy. And there are many actors who want to support that stuff. It's just that we need to build the foundation layer, like Privacy 101 localized, then some sort of matchmaking between the, I don't know, Latin American developers or researchers with some sort of opportunities here in Europe, or some researcher, PSC has many of them in, I don't know, Taiwan or the Asia Pacific. And then they will bring sort of local use cases, local perspective, and maybe through some smallish experimentations, we would see sort of the next step within the funding for privacy, because maybe some stories or projects would come from China, where we wouldn't expect them. Post-COVID China, hyper-surveilled, or stuff like that, because there are many talented researchers, builders, and why not?
Esomie, it all depends like on the product side, right? But if we consider like the privacy tech, especially from a technology perspective as a public good or whatever has been done currently in the space, I think that overall, how can you get funding, whether it's like through the voting and the community to VC, it looks, for me, it's more like a maze that you have to navigate. So very early on, the good part about the blockchains and this kind of like token world is that a product, the public good, whether in privacy, can start off as a kind of a feature. So there are like many other projects, the bigger organizations or like the research is done, and something that could start as a little feature overall can grow into a bigger narrative and reach the kind of final level of like VC funding or like commercialization. I don't believe that like public goods, especially technical in privacy, exist as separately than the rest of the world. So it won't be like an island that we are, it will be either absorbed or it will grow into a completely new, bigger narrative. Well, you're gonna have some kind of like rails from a commercialization perspective. There's like, how do I see myself, right? So it's very easy to get into the collaboration with the larger blockchain teams and raise initially for proof of concept and start off as a kind of a feature. Then look into the community building as a parallel and receive an early support in terms of like grants or supporters or like the using the this voting mechanism. And then try to understand if there is the another side of the coin, which is like the commercial aspect. So is that a point where a technology could be absorbed by a bigger industry use? That could be the transactional one, or that could be completely like out of nowhere. Or even within the kind of real world, there are the bigger narratives that are non-commercial, but they solve the problems of everyday life. So you can take this tag of privacy with the narratives, with the larger funds, like, I don't know, fund it as a kind of anti-corruption measure, or I kind of like bringing transparency or democracy. And this mechanism of funding does exist on a larger level. It's always been kind of like, open in terms of to be merged, but somehow I do see this kind of isolated now approach that we create in this public good as if there is no public good outside of the Web3 or the blockchain world, and that's not correct. Actually, like us now even talking with like the human rights foundations and those type of organizations, you have no idea how much of an interest there is. And you can just remove all these words that sometimes bring confusion with the blockchain and zero knowledge proofs and just like explain on like a simplified fingers. But overall, if narratives align, I think like this maze could be navigated, whether to a commercial funding to a more like this kind of common good, and even the international funds who are willing to use it. Because at the end of the day, for me, like privacy is a good thing, right? So
everyone needs it, right? I mean, there might be like grassroots organizations using Signal, and there might be also like, you know, three-letter agency people using Signal, and you know, and there reportedly three-letter agencies were a big part of indirectly or directly funding Signal. So like, it's like maybe quite a broad space for some amount of alignment and interests enough that, you know, that you can kind of, that these public goods like a road, you know, many people use it. It's not like you're not just saying like, I need a road, so we'll fund it. Like the reason it's a public good is because has broad use, right? And it says, public goods can be used as infrastructure to create things that are profitable, I think, as well.
Yes, and lastly, like a perfect scenario for me, I'm going myself through this path, so I'm here more to learn and like get the answers, but like
same
perfect scenario for me would be if the privacy tech on its own finds this kind of two sides of the coin where it could be commercialized, and yeah, it's very tricky to move it on a protocol level to like dilute with tokens and have to navigate all that mass. But if those two phases exist where you can commercialize, build out the ecosystem that is more like transactional, but in parallel support the public good completely like without any commercial interest in the same protocol or same ecosystem, that's a perfect outcome for me. But hope we all have a chance to get there.
Okay, there's a cultural war that people are not talking much, that in privacy, there's a lot of movement against capitalism embedded, and we see it's like hyper-capitalism. So generally speaking, whenever you fundraise from VC or some sort of that type of money, you will be attacked by sort of privacy maxis. for a good reason, in a way that if they're politically aware people, they want to defend their own version of the decentralization, that's the thing. On another hand, there are many activists who fundraise from VCs, they're using their money, maybe they are well aligned with those VCs. I met on a NOMA event in Berlin a VC who also backed Aztec, and he said that once they invested in Anon Team. I was like, what? How? It's a matter of persuasion. So people would really kind of like bring something so interesting that they didn't need to dox themselves in that way. And that those VCs were kind of a bit crazy or brave, whatever they moved that way. And I think we need to challenge this kind of like coercion between those two fields of hyper like privacy maxis and sort of like how we not just scale, but how, for example, we fund research. Because many even privacy projects, they went through ICOs, like from Status to Secret and others, and those funds helped to back the research, initial from POC, trying to make money on something. They were early movers, so they show example. They've maybe even supported some conferences and stuff like that. And this is super helpful because maybe it's not about just making money, but making the right tech or innovation flourishing that the next generation of builders would use for better.
I think the TLDR here is that basically we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about like metrics. We're talking about like different funding sources. We're talking about different sort of like structures. All of that is basically down to like balance, right? We're just saying these things, and I let me know if this kind of is a good. I'm just trying to like capture all the different pieces that we sort of went through. But like to me, it just seems like there's a much more complex system that we're all like basically interoperating with that we need to like understand and basically navigate. Whether that's like different types of funding, proactive, retroactive, whether that's like using quantitative, qualitative metrics, or whether that's using venture or like traditional grants funding. And like, I think it's much more nuanced in the context of like how we bridge those together, which is good, because that's kind of how like, you know, the rest of the economy, to your point about like non-blockchain things works, right? Markets, states, and commons, which have this problem of erosion, right? But, you know, are still present, are sort of like interoperating together.
Coordinating the alignment, you know, instead of with tribalism or like ideology, it's too easy to, you know, see differences and lean into fights. But you know, I don't think things grow well in like fighting scenarios. So you know, even privacy itself, you know, it's like, you know, free, like you know, it's like pushing back against being observed, but. You know, I'm curious to know what might grow out of these conditions, like being able to protect your information and reveal selectively. You know, I think selling privacy is kind of maybe a lost cause or just not sexy at all. But like I think there are some pretty sexy things we can build only by being able to control the flow of information. It's kind of a little off topic for the. Oh yeah, it's on topic. Building.
I think I broke my microphone.
You're good to share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I fidgeted something and I don't know what happened. Sorry. I don't think that that's off topic at all if we're talking about building privacy as a public good.
Yeah, I saw the bill.
Yeah, I just saw the title of the panel I've been doing for the last half hour.
I just revealed myself.
But Scott just mentioned commons, and I think that like privacy and like anonymity sets and sort of that like the space of darkness is a commons of sorts. Like, and this is something that I started thinking about, like, when I moved into a city, I started to think of darkness as a commons that is regularly destroyed, like in service to safety or, you know, illumination, whatever. You got your street lights, everybody has their porch lights on, you have to see into every dark corner. And there's
floodlights
like,
in parking lots.
Right. Everything is flooded with light, and there is like a practical reason for that, like practical value in that, but like at the cost of like you don't see the stars, like you lose something also. And I feel like this is just an extended metaphor for kind of like privacy as a concept, as that space like from which to reveal yourself, like into which you can retreat to just like be a person. Like that in itself, I think, is a public good that has to be supported in a way that's like different from any specific application, any specific use case, but just like the existence of privacy as a default kind of needs its own support system and like its own development.
I think to your point too, the idea that like privacy requires a totally different system in so many aspects of our lives and how we work is so underrated. Like the extent to which we need to build net new things and systems. I come into crypto from a background in advertising tech too, which talk about a like low privacy system. And when I made the switch, I was like, oh my God, like how do people even do advertising and marketing here? Like without someone's email address and dropping cookies on them and extracting all of this like private and like really like data in a really kind of violating way. We're kind of starting from scratch from a user acquisition and marketing angle. And I think that the way the space is tackling it with things like airdrops and partnerships and really kind of like valuing users' time and energy is much more generative than the systems that we've built in the past.
Yeah, I like the idea of attraction. You know, you like there are all these things that we do in our day-to-day lives, you know, that are just kind of implicit and they're just so intertwined and obvious that we don't really talk about them, and so it's hard to articulate it. But like, you know, flirting is, you know, you need to be able to hold back some information to be able to do that and selectively share things, surprise parties, you know, gifts. Playing like a game of poker, you know, all kinds of, there's just so many things, but we just don't talk about it, we just kind of know already. But, you know, when we're trying to have things like that translate into code, code's explicit. So it doesn't translate well, and it's so subjective too. Like, what is it that I want to reveal versus somebody else? When I talk about privacy, does it mean the same thing to me as it means to you? It's kind of hard, but I think it can really show itself if we're able to like attract people and into wanting to reveal themselves, if you're coming from an advertising point of view, rather than just dragnet surveilling, you know?
I mean, they're all extremes, right? Within the private space as well. But for me, it's very simple. So it's not like we're reinventing any kind of new approach. I always give this example that like, what we want to have, me personally want to have in a digital privacy is the same experience as if I stand now, go out in a shop, like walk around, decide what I want to buy, go at the counter, engage into conversation, ask a question if I want to, leave a cash, and leave. What is not normal in this experience? We experience on a daily basis, right? So the difference between the digital and the physical that I explained is that like no one has an information what my name is. They don't need to. No one knows what I bought yesterday. They don't have to. And no one knows like if I want to engage in a conversation. No one can make me engage in a conversation. And when I leave and nobody's like shoveling me with flyers what to buy next or whatever. So this is the digital world we have and the physical. And we just try to replicate the same experience of a physical interactions in a digital realm. So it's very simple, very
intuitive.
Natural. Yeah. And no like rewiring of our activities are needed, in my opinion, at a simpler level.
I totally agree with you mostly. Except that I think what you just described is not privacy, it's anonymity. And like these are two things that we frequently conflate. And in doing that, like, and another sort of like conflation that I think happens a lot is it like the difference between public and private places. And like in a private place, you can expect privacy. In a public place, you don't get privacy, but you can go for anonymity. It's like you can not want to be remembered, you can not want to be tracked, you can not want to be identified. I think that's all like, that's valid, and those are all things that we should also be building for. But like one of the things that I think we sort of forget to think about is creating private spaces and like places where, like you're saying, code is explicit, and that is true, but I think like we can sort of make decisions not to make decisions sometimes about what happens in a space that we build, to like leave room for people to just do stuff that we just don't even know about. Whatever happens in there, that's your business. Like that's the kind of space that's really missing in the like digital experience for me, at least. There's nowhere that isn't owned by someone, and ultimately like my actions, the options that are available to me are determined by someone in every digital space that I didn't personally create. And like, I want to see more of that, of like places where people's like paths have not been predetermined, and like where genuinely no one will ever know what went on in there.
Yeah, like if you own it, then you're responsible for what happens there. And so like, if we had technology that meant that you don't actually even know what's happening there, then it's not your responsibility necessarily, or even if it's just not owned, or if it's collectively owned.
I want to raise one more also important issue than the privacy funding, is that in a technocratic world, sort of developers decide, and they're terrible at building products or shipping products, especially not just within the financial realm, but kind of like really talking with the people who would use the product. Go there and discuss, do so-called CusDev, which is so integral in a traditional IT. It's not rocket science. They all do this stuff. Or if you're a startupper, for you it's okay to do pivots, but then you go and talk with people, you test products. And because sometimes developers are sort of, even when they receive grants, they sort of build these smallish things and then let it go without even properly testing. And we're in a strange, bizarre situation that people are complaining on that they still lack funding or underfunded.
I have a designer, and we will work on UX stuff.
Yeah. And then
Pointing at me.
Yeah, and then they lack this, just someone who will build a conversation with the people in need for, let's say, private whatever tool, and maybe also reframing the communication, how you pitch the privacy. One point here, like when I used to work in NIM, like many people in community were saying, I'm too small for the big government to surveil you. And of course, not many people in Latin America cares about NSA when they need to, when they lack food to buy and stuff like that. So they need another pitch of privacy. Like in Turkey, maybe it should be the VPN and access to the media, but once in a while, not sort of like 24/7. And that's the role of a product manager, to sort of find out the audience, cluster it, and then understand the need, and then to pitch sort of the product, maybe not for the privacy, but sort of for the value or that people will get through the informational flow that you were referring to.
I mean, is there a chance that like there's certain type of cultures and overall the people that don't value and will never value privacy, and it's more like a kind of our cohesion trying to solve the certain problems to that?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think we're talking about, like, we kind of went a little bit backwards. We talked about, like, okay, we need to fund this privacy, but now we're talking about, like, what is the privacy we care about? And then I think you're right that, like, there's different degrees to which people even care about privacy. So I think from my perspective, like, one of the things we have to sort of identify is, like, I think a really good heuristic is what is an example of a digital space, like you were saying, that still provides some of the same affordances as like a physical space that we might be used to, because that's like a scenario that we can like easily kind of map to. And I think that that's where you have, you know, things like, you know, ephemeral chats. Like if you're just having a conversation downstairs, like people aren't going to like record you and then like put everything out there. It's like pretty easy to just like have the conversation. And I think that like there's very few places online where that's true, whether that's, you know, directly because it's like a public forum, or whether that's because it's like monitored by, you know, some 3-letter agency. And I think those are like things that we need to, not that they would necessarily care in most of those cases, there's just way too much information. But like the thing is like, I think defining that piece that we care about and then figuring out which piece of funding maps to those best is really important. For Signal, they're a foundation, they're largely funded philanthropically. It's worked really well for them to do that. For something that's much more, for example, like Amin is working on privacy pools. Like that's something that like they've taken on venture funding for that I think is much more dependent on liquidity, dependent on market forces. So like those are both privacy, one for asset sort of like transactions, one for sort of information in different contexts. But like they require or often it's easier to facilitate their success through different means, through different types of funding sources. But those two are just examples of things that we care about that like we think might be useful privacy tools, but they are only sort of like small little sections of what we actually each individually might think of as privacy or care about as privacy. So it's just really important for us to like dive into that and define that.
Go on the website of WhatsApp, privacy will be on top. Go on the website of Apple, privacy will be there on top. It's just a matter of how we communicate this stuff. The WhatsApp is using sort of what crypto was using during ICO age, kind of like bank them banked, and then lots of poor people on the pictures and give us lots of crypto. And WhatsApp is doing the same. Basically, women with a kid, sort of like emotional attachment to privacy. We protect you from, and then hackers, stalkers, you name it. So it's a matter of how we kind of build emotionally appealing communication, through advertising realm, but also maybe through also public good, but just public good need to be more touchy in the normal sense, and it's okay. I mean, emotions are emotions. People are attached to them. And then over-criminalization of privacy is sort of strange, bizarre direction, because Google Docs are private if you make them private. Lots of the proprietary tech are private on the basic layer, except the subpoena from the FBI and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it's there. Like,
I mean, you need it for coordination. Like when you build a company or whatever, you're building a conspiracy. You're conspiring, and you can't conspire if all your information's revealed by force or just by default. So I don't know how any discerning organization would ever use blockchain infrastructure for any sort of financial rails. It seems like no matter how many level ups you get in efficiency, you're by default disclosing all of your most sensitive information. We've been talking about adoption in this space for so long. It's almost here, but I can't. What discerning organization is going to use this this technology if all of their financial information is exposed to all their competitors, to everybody, all their patterns, all their relationships? And GMI.
No, 2017, everyone was laughing on IBM and Hyperledger doing private chains, and now it's reversed. Like, oh, no, let's get more private.
Yeah, well, it's funny because, there's that terminology. It was always like public versus private chains, and then that kind of fell apart, all those experiments for private chains. But public infrastructure with protected data. Right? I mean, we have servers that we protect. If it's a data-driven economy, so if you can't protect your data, how?
This is where I feel like I need to jump in with a plug for fun cryptography stuff. To me, the public blockchain is that's outside. You don't stand in the grocery store and plan your secret company, financial whatever. You do that in your office. So we have this public space, right? That's the blockchain. That's where you put things that it is useful for everyone to know about. That's where everyone can see everything. That's valuable sometimes, but more often that shouldn't be the case. And then we sort of, we build buildings and close the doors. and close the blinds and whatever. Like we can like on top of that public layer. This is the whole selling point of Ethereum, right? There's a virtual machine on there. We can build stuff. We can build applications that like
You can build buildings with blinds.
right. Yes, and a lot of the like sort of programmable cryptography stuff has come a very long way in the last couple of years, such that we can kind of build those like more private spaces that sort of exist in the context of, like interact with the public space, but where you can kind of like have your conspiracy, as you call it.
I don't know if the. Go ahead.
Oh, I love your point too. Like you put it so much better than I would have. But like so many of us, even in this room, work at DAOs and foundations and on-chain organizations that are so committed, and it's so essential for us to work on chain. But how do we balance these, like the need for privacy for internal ops, the things that you would do in your office versus the grocery store, while still remaining and growing on chain?
I think architecturally we've arrived to that point. So you got off-chain but verifiable through the zero-knowledge proofs and all this technology stack, and on-chain for coordination. So more or less, those that's at least like how I see those two worlds now coordinating and working together. So
I don't know if the analogy falls apart, but like our public spaces and our private buildings, we don't have camera. Well, maybe it's starting in some places, but we don't have cameras observing from all over the world at any given time. Anybody as they come and go from those buildings, all the behaviors and inferences you can draw about what's going inside of those buildings based on what you can see outside of those buildings. Does the analogy, is that just fall apart at this point, or is it?
Well, I don't think it falls apart so much as starts to resemble the actual like world that we live in right now. And I think that is problematic, because I think that like the effect of that, of like feeling and knowing that you're being watched sort of more and more often, whether it's by the like CCTV or your neighbor's doorbell or your own like refrigerator, that affects the ways that people like behave and interact and create. I mean, if you just put a picture of an eyeball on the wall,
Yeah, people behave differently.
people behave differently. And so like I think that's a very important point that there are places where you know that you are not being observed. Like there's a level of creativity, there's like a
Freedom.
layer, there's like a layer of human like expression that is not available except sort of in that place of darkness. Hannah Arendt has a really beautiful quote about it that I can't remember, but look it up.
Good up.
I just think this is actually like, we kind of got to a core point, which is like, why do we, so there's the theoretical, philosophical version of why we care about privacy and why we're talking about funding it in the first place. There's also the practical, which I think comes back to the creativity. And the creativity point is like, I think even from and the company example is good here for this reason, like, even from that perspective, like, the reason you have it is to actually get more things done. There's like actually, this is the funniest argument I can make for privacy, but there's a productivity argument for privacy, which I think like more people should care about, even if they don't care about privacy from like a philosophical theoretical standpoint. They should care about it from a practical standpoint. And I think that's something that we've lost. And I think it's partly why like we see discourse that has sort of declined. We see lack of creativity across different sort of domains. I think we're like generally there's a feeling of stagnation. David Graeber talked about this in Utopia of Rules very famously. He was asking like, where's the flying cars and so forth, and he's a little bit hyperbolic about it, but it was a really good both book and then set of talks he did. And I think that there's a real conversation to be had about how we make that case and how that changes the funding landscape for privacy when we can frame it in those more practical terms, for a broader audience.
It makes the grounds more fertile for creativity. People feel more free to be able to kind of do bigger things and together maybe.
Yeah, that's where we wrote an article on cypherpunk profiles recently because I personally thought that it's quite captured by people from the past that are stiff and cannot let it go, and train youngsters, but be kind of super humble in terms of, oh, you are beginning your journey, let's start with something smallish. Instead
You're
of
figuring yourself
here's a
out.
Graphene OS, yeah, let's go. And then you go Wikipedia, who is the example of cypherpunk, and there's the hyper-capitalist Horowitz, Mark Andreessen, and you're kind of like, oh, it's a sort of joke how we approach the legacy information. So what we found that basically we're now talking and want to help hackers, which are not hackers in the traditional sense, but more like people who want to have fun, to find out the privacy as also appealing sort of playground, but they need, let's say, a communal support. They want to understand that they can hack private tool and then go for a rave, that this community will be super helpful, embracing their diversity, will tell them, not patronize them on privacy, but be super helpful in terms of, oh, you don't know a thing, here a small use case of collecting some sort of NFTs privately, as Sysmo done for several years ago. And they were quite well with that because it was like low-hanging fruit. And I think that sort of fragmenting the journey of the builder through privacy from a smallish entry point of someone who was collecting meme coins. I know those people. Designer who is doing our merch, he's like a champion of meme coins, but at the same time, he deeply cares about privacy. So sometimes those unexpected profiles could really stand out instead of just focusing on it's only, DarkFi people or only some sort of hyper hackers who could crack a phone device, PlayStation, whatsoever.
I think that's such an important point that there's not and the number of times that I've heard nobody cares about privacy, please stop saying that. It's not true. Everyone cares
Absolutely
about privacy.
not true.
What's true is that privacy means something different to everyone. If what we mean by privacy is the ability to reveal what you want to who you want in the contexts that you want, that means something different to everyone, and it means something different to the DarkFi hacker than it does to the person who wants to have a business meeting that everyone can't listen in on, than it does to somebody who wants to watch porn without their parents knowing. These are all different motives, all different versions of privacy, but the fact that everyone sort of wants to draw the boundaries in different places doesn't mean that they don't need the ability to do that. And I wonder if part of why we have such a hard time selling this is that it the value proposition is different to every person.
It's so unique.
Unique to every person that you talk to about it. What they want privacy for is different. And even depending on the context that they're in, if they're sort of thinking personally or professionally or socially or about their relationships with their family or I really hate when I go to the coffee shop and they remember that I've been there before. I hate being a regular. What people want privacy for changes all of the time. There's no one thing that it's going to mean to everyone.
I think special relationships are defined by those boundaries. So that might be one thing that we kind of have in common. That there are things that I will say to my partner that I would not say if she was on this stage. There are things I would say in the privacy of our home that I would share about myself or my preferences that I would absolutely not say here. And that's a big part of what defines that special relationship is, what you choose to reveal or not.
And that isn't secrecy either. I would also not speak this way to my parents at Thanksgiving. That would be weird. This is just being able to define your relationship to your context and the other people in it.
Yeah, and who's in that, right? And so if you've got marketers who are eavesdropping on all the things that you care about most, right? It's it changes things and also changes us as a society because now my behaviors are being analyzed and I'm being set up on without even knowing it. Once my patterns are known.
Yeah, and we're so reliant on this infrastructure that has been built like with the sort of surveillance capital like motive to coordinate in all of these different ways, and like, you know, to have social media or email or collaborate on documents or whatever it is. And so this to me is like the really powerful like general value proposition for the combination of blockchains and like privacy in like these sort of like public-private like interfaces, that you can have the coordination that comes from having a global, visible to everyone on Earth, sort of reliable public ledger, but while also sort of maintaining your privacy, which is ultimately just actually your like humanity and your agency, without having to give up the ability to coordinate with whoever, wherever. That's like so magical.
Absolutely. This is a great point, like great way to, I think, end. But are we totally tapped for time? Do we want to take anything from the audience? Or are we... Yeah, there's no pressure. If you want to move on, we can move on. Because that's like such a good, yeah, just drop the mic. Does anyone, we've been doing all the chatting. Does anyone have any burning kind of ideas that they want to share, or questions, or... do you want to hear?
Thank you. I'm from Kori. We're building a privacy-centric Ethereum Layer 2. First of all, thank you for what you're doing. In terms of funding, we're deploying a big fund to fund privacy on Ethereum through Gitcoin as well. My question is as follows. There is so much information already on public blockchains, which is immutable. And there's very little doubt that it will be traceable in the future. It will just be possible, I don't know, maybe 10 years to just backtrace everything that has already happened. What are your thoughts about this? And is there anything that we can do with the mess we left already?
That's not great. No.
And Earth is flat.
Cannot do anything. I mean, we can't really do a lot about that, right? I mean, to your point, it is there. I think all we can do is sort of think about that and sort of factor what we're doing now into the future. And I think that's probably for the best, because I mean, we sort of touched on this here. I'm sure other people have talked about it too. There's not that much adoption yet. We're not that far along. We probably should be a little bit further than we are after 10 years in terms of adoption. But that also means that we have time to sort of fix some of these challenges and address them. So I think, yeah, what you're doing sounds awesome on that front. A huge fan of just generally trying to really just, to Althea's point, give the option for this in contexts where it might be relevant to people, depending on their preferences, and to sort of just push that forward now. And, I will, I guess, deal with the rest of the data as that becomes relevant.
That's what CIA wanted while designing the Bitcoin, right? To live.
I'm now thinking that sort of phrase opt-out can also mean opt-out from that digital footprint within the on-chain footprint, and then creating alternative sort of personas. Because, for example, there's with verifiable credentials and all this ID concept, there's an interesting thing that you can create this sort of fragmented personas that are not linked within each other. For example, if I play Diablo 4, there will be one nickname. If I do some transaction, another sort of nickname and stuff, or fractional information like I'm above 18. And that is an interesting direction that maybe thinking broadly in terms of your data footprint, what does it mean, and how you cannot link whatever you would do on chain in the future within a public good spectrum to that legacy data. Legacy data is not just important to, let's say, intelligent agencies, but to Google, to many data miners, credit brokers. Like for the Filecoin states, credit scoring, they will be super happy to see all your balances, hidden balances. Wow, super cool. And I think that's an interesting cultural question and the big question goes to ENS. That's just bad idea in general. Linking your persona to all your assets and to all your legacy, on-chain legacy. As well as either scam, or there were moments when we praised all of them.
Maybe there will be like identity mixes in the future. So you just go through and you come out as a completely new, fresh, 5 different profiles.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Yeah. I'm Izzy. I'm highly interested in data privacy and public goods, of course. And thank you for this panel. And I think privacy is a big topic that we'll probably spend like 3 days summit on. But we've actually covered like the views from the consumer, marketer, product manager. And my question is, how do regulators or regulations, how does that affect what you build or how you build or fund privacy like orgs or protocols? Like, how does that affect it?
That's a great question. Who's sweating?
Lefteris from Rotke, who's supposed to be here during ETH Berlin, he said that it was in Seabase, our meetup. He said, I don't know if I should build privacy because I can be pursued, but also that's a legacy of sort of German state. When you live in Germany, you have this sort of hyper control. So that's also cultural. If you move to different geography, that could be different implication. And with Tornado Cash developers, we see sort of how, or the other protocols, we can see how the, let's say, one country ability to chase you impacts the way how you approach and think about privacy. So really like territorial context matters a lot. And then within the hackathons, we've seen that many people creating a new unknown GitHub accounts to contribute to privacy hackathons, which is interesting phenomena. But then there's a sort of challenge for you as a judge. Who is this person? Is it a new project, legit? Because before you just click, oh, this guy was or person was building for
Reputation.
years. Yeah, reputation. Yeah, there's an issue with the reputation. And so many privacy builders are now kind of like on hold. That's why if you analyze the use cases within the hackathons, you would see private messaging protocols, private GitHub, so the whole open source private infrastructure that will be independent from censorship resistance. And I think that sort of a year will pass, we will have this basic infrastructure built by the community, then it will be much easier, and maybe Rarimo will integrate much more easier to kind of like contribute and also have that reputational side, because that's super important.
I just wanted to mention there's a great paper in 2015 by Philip Rogoway called The Moral Character of Cryptographic Work, and what he talks about in that paper is basically that cryptography is basically fundamentally political or regulatory because it rearranges power, right? So it's like fundamentally like changing that structure. And I think in this context, you can't, what's interesting is where is the jurisdiction with the least KYC? It's the United States because they have the least requirement to comply with their own regulations. They have enough power, they don't have to. If you're going and doing business with the United States, you have to comply quite heavily. But you do have to comply. And I think that like that will be a huge like challenge for a lot of people who are like more like OG cypherpunk, is that like it's very, very, I think it's a very uphill battle to try to totally win that. I think it's a question of trying to work with them. And that's what, for example, like Amin Salmani is working on, this guy. He's working on a great project, which strikes this balance, perfect timing, which basically is aimed at trying to allow for things like mixers, things like hiding, not hiding, that's another term that has a pejorative meaning, but like trying to basically allow for people to transact privately while still ensuring that they're complying with those regulations. And that's a really important, by basically, for example, checking against lists, managing the different sort of like KYC frameworks that groups like countries like the United States have. And I think that's just a really important thing to balance, that we kind of live in that world where power is not equally distributed, and you have to sort of address where we are in the world today rather than the theoretical world. And I think those are the types of tools that, cryptography as a political tool is one way we can sort of do that. That's my sort of, just wanted to plug that, I guess, also for, the audience.
Quick comment on the regulation aspect. So privacy applied, anything transactional, financial, they'll come after you. They'll try to shut it down. They'll try to rearrange. They try to dig deep. Somehow, another very simplified space, the social identity and those things have slipped away during the internet building from the state. So there's less regulation right now. But what we see right now, that's what I'm saying. But what we see in terms of now, the straight emphasis in the name of the protection of the users, the digitalization of the identity documents, the regulation over the sign-ins into the different services, all the certificates around the websites, that means that they're coming. And it's a tough war because it's under the protection of the users from the corporations who have taken away the space in the form of managing your identity. And I expect this to be kind of a pretty tense battle going forward.
I think we want collective responsibility. If it's the locus of power that's the issue. So, if you own something, then you're responsible for what happens. If you own some land and somebody, falls in a hole, it's you should have built a fence or whatever. But if it's a commons space and there's no, and we collectively own something, then it's much harder to make one person particularly responsible. You just have to do your job differently. If you're trying to enforce something, then now instead of using dragnet surveillance or whatever, you would normally, would make your job a whole lot easier. You have to use either due process or you need to just find another way to do it, because it may be that it's more important that we have that fertile ground to be able to create and coordinate and that sort of thing than it is to be able to kind of prevent any sort of crime or anything any social bad, that we don't want.
Yeah, that was kind of what I wanted to say also, and that, no, how dare you? No, not legal advice. I am not a lawyer, I am not a regulator, I don't know what they all think, this is just what I think, but a government can compel you to reveal whatever they want. They have all the guns, they have all the power. If they sort of suspect you of something, they can investigate you. They have all of those tools. And I think there's a big difference between can a government come and demand something from me? And should a government have just plain text read access to everything that everyone does ever by default? I don't think that it follows that should be the case. And it's only in the last, 50 years that was even possible, and we've very quickly normalized the idea that governments should just be able to read every interaction
Yeah, you need a warrant to have a phone line, but now that we don't have phone lines, sure, just, because it's
Right.
digital, suddenly now you can just listen in wherever you want,
Right, they can just buy up the same data that advertisers use and kind of learn everything that they want to learn. And I don't think that there's anywhere in the U.S. Constitution a mandate that be the case. So
There should be a reason to be
Right.
you should be suspected of something. You can stop my car just randomly and start searching my car. No, so what
Right, we
are you
have
searching
laws
my
against that.
digital life for, right?
Yeah, so I at least think that there's a strong argument to be made for the possibility of being compliant without being completely transparent and legible. in
Exposed, because
everything.
transparency
Right.
has good connotations,
Right.
but exposed, I think,
Right.
unnecessarily.
I don't think that those are the same thing. And now we have to leave.
And we're out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, it's okay. All right, we'll take a couple of minutes to adjust the stage for the next speakers to get on stage and get comfortable.
But I just flipped the channel on this and I couldn't figure out what to put it back to. So now it doesn't.
So, Chris, there's Mike. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can already sit. We can already sit. Okay, great. You need to sit here, but other than that, you have already. Yeah. Right. We're just gonna hit it on this one, and then we'll start. Here's the second. Oh yeah,
Is it on? Is this on? Can you hear me? Excellent.
This is someone. Where is?
Fatima's coming.
Okay, there is.
Wait, we have to do a shuffle. So the last three move over one to sit in the correct order. You too.
Go in order, right? You can't do that. It's not allowed.
So there's some water in there. You're so comfortable. There's 1 hour.
I am
All right, everyone. I am very excited about the following panel. It is about bridging the gap between advocacy, policy, and tech. And intentionally, you see here people working in policy advocacy, as well as somebody who I intentionally picked a moderator who is a tech builder, just because I want to signal to the world that it is possible to build a tech and you can speak the same language that is understandable by people who work in regulations and policy. So please welcome the panelists on the next session. And yeah, Adrian, take it from there.
Perfect. All right. Does everyone have a mic? Excellent. We're good. Yes, we can all introduce ourselves. I'd like to say a little bit to get started here. We can make this spicy. If you're worried about being seen on camera, put on a mask. Maybe too late by now, but you know, it may still help. There's no need to answer all the questions in turn. We're not here sort of going around the circle and everyone gets to say their little 30 seconds. Like, we can argue about things. It's totally fine. I am not a lawyer. I just think that law is interesting and helps me relax. Also, if you're actually an engineer, honestly, you know how law works. It's kind of like JavaScript, but where you don't have an interpreter, but the interpreter instead is like a quad system and the language is completely unspecified. It's kind of wild, actually, if you start looking from an engineering perspective. So I think if we ever solve blockchains, I will do a law degree to just have fun. Yeah, also, I have a bunch of questions prepared. We don't have to go through all of them. I think if we want to take in any other directions during the panel, that'd be great too. The goal overall is, I think, to help especially the technical people in the audience that are building privacy tools and that are sort of advocating and advancing the state of ZK tech
on like what should we be thinking about, like how do policy makers actually come to conclusions, how does this process move, also how does it move locally versus globally, and yeah, I hope we can drill into some of this. So with this, let's go around and introduce yourself, please.
So hi everyone, this is Amit. I would be the tech guy here. So I'm also looking for a lot of answers. But yeah, so brief background, like what I'm building in Labyrinth, it's a modular privacy stack. We're trying to give power to the users in sharing and disclosing secrets with a strong powerhouse privacy-based engine based on ZK. About my background, I have a background ZK scaling, worked for a long time for a layer 2 solution. I am an engineer by background, but unfortunately also have a PhD. I also teach and advise in a university called University of Warwick in an AI blockchain center. Yeah, looking forward. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Yeah.
Cool.
Hi everyone, my name is Fateme. I'm a Swiss qualified lawyer. I've been in the space for the past 6-7 years. Before that, I worked on white-collar criminal defense and high-profile litigation. Now I'm doing crypto law with a privacy centrism, and I joined recently Anoma as their GC.
Hi, I'm Andreas. I'm heading the legal fintech and Web3 team at MME. We're a law firm based in Switzerland. We've been involved in that space for more than a decade now. And I help on one hand our clients to navigate through the regulatory jungle, but also I help or try to have a certain impact on policy making and regulations that are being built by governments.
Hi, I'm Alexis Roussel. I'm the CEO of NIM Technologies. So we're building a MixNet. We're in Switzerland also, and we're building a MixNet, which is a privacy infrastructure. If you send data through this MixNet, your data becomes unobservable, and that's a key element for building anonymity. So it's not just about encrypting or hiding what's the message, but it's also hiding that the communication itself is taking place. It's a part that we usually forget about. So that's on the tech side. I'm in crypto for now 10 years, built up a Bitcoin broker 10 years ago, and I really went down the rabbit hole of Swiss regulations. And I'm a legal by training. I'm a legal specialized in a lawyer. I'm not lawyer, but jurist specialized in new technologies. And I have a whole aspect of advocacy in Switzerland, trying to bring the topic of anonymity, so both technically with the MixNet, but also legally in the Swiss context. And so I went through different steps to redefine this. I worked on the right to digital integrity of the human person. And inside this right to digital integrity, there's a right not to be surveilled, measured, or analyzed, or, quote, right to anonymity. And these rights are being adopted in Switzerland. Geneva has voted for the right of digital integrity, Neuchâtel next. And so I'm really pushing this topic on from a humanist, from a fundamental rights point of view, so that anonymity and privacy, and then by ricochet, by privacy can be implemented on the fundamental right level in Switzerland.
My name is Marina. I'm a co-founder and I'm leading the European Crypto Initiative, which is an advocacy group based here in Brussels. We basically established the moment where MiCA was published, so it was almost 4 years ago in September. And during this time, we have worked in negotiating the markets and crypto assets regulation, some also other laws that were related mostly to anti-money laundering, so kind of related to financial privacy as well. Before that, I was working in crowd investing and also negotiating laws around crowd investing, but 7 years ago I joined blockchain, so since then I'm here.
Cool, thank you very much. I think sort of an easy question that I always have, because sort of depending on which regulator you speak to, you get vastly different answers, but in your experience, how educated are the regulators? Because I've spoken like the Bank of England they have no idea as far as I can tell. The Europeans are way better at that point, DG FISMA, for example. But like, yeah, so in your experience, like maybe the regulators you've interacted with, like how knowledgeable were they? How much interest did they have in the space? And sort of how much did they think not only about, well, for the next 5 months, I'd like to see everyone's transfers, but also like what happens over the next 10 years if this technology actually gets adopted?
Maybe I can start.
Great. Yes, thank you so much. Just jump in.
I'll jump in. So it really depends. Like the blockchain space is now huge. And so there's so many different things that the regulators, at least in Europe, are looking into. We have tokenization, we have privacy, we have MiCA, we have staking, like there's so many different things. I would still say that Switzerland should be number one, most likely, and of course Andreas will say more, but the way I was able to speak to the Swiss regulators and let's say the National Bank, etc., we just came in the room and talked about ZK. You don't need to explain what ZK is, and that was fascinating to me. I don't think that a year ago and a year and a half ago, the EU regulators would be on the same level. Maybe there are some people in certain institutions that would be on that level, but like not everyone. So the other part is what they have been working on already. So they have worked on MiCA since 2017 already. And there are people that are super knowledgeable about this topic. Like you said, DG FISMA, so that's the department, the digital department of the Commission. There are some people in the parliament that were very knowledgeable, still are, but they are not in the parliament anymore because we just had elections a month ago, or they're not going to be in a coalition anymore, so they're not going to have very important roles within the financial departments of the parliament. So for now, for us, it's the parliament, clean slate. We need to start from the beginning, talk to everyone that would be interested in this topic. So for us, the next months are very intense. The European Commission, the heads of the Commission departments are going to change, and we already know, in a way, more or less what's happening. But the people that were working on those topics, they're staying, so that's very valuable because they know a lot. There are people that are following DeFi for, I would say, more than a year or almost 2 years right now. There are people that are following certain other areas, and that's the reality. The other part in the EU that is pretty important is that...
Okay. We will limit the answers to like 2 minutes tops. Very interesting. But any other takes? How qualified are the Swiss regulators?
Yeah, I think I fully agree with many things you said. But essentially, the question is, who do we refer to being a regulator? So I think on one hand, normally when we talk about, the regulator says X, Y, Z, we actually don't mean the regulator making regulations. We mean the supervising authorities making sure that regulations are being enforced. And so when we refer to FINMA, which are Swiss financial market authorities, we refer to them as a regulator, but they don't regulate. They apply existing laws and regulations. And I think it's always important to keep that concept in mind. Of course, over the past decade, they have done an immense learning curve. They know a lot of things. If you talk to them about liquid staking setups, they do understand more or less the technology, how that works, and can apply the laws and regulations currently existing on that or not apply them, depending on the result. So when we look at your question from that perspective, I think, yes, it's nice to have, at least in Switzerland, and it seems to be in Europe as well, supervising authorities or regulators who really know their things and do their homework. If you look into the future, do they think 10 years ahead? They're not the ones building regulations. So that would be the task of the actual regulators, the legislative, the commission. Need to look in the future and see, hey, what does blockchain mean? What does privacy mean in the future and the technology we have? And I think this is not really happening. So there's kind of a gap in between.
I fully agree with everything, with the nuance that enforcing regulation or making sure that it is applied entails some form of interpretation of that regulation. So there is still like a remaining power within FINMA or any other pseudo-regulator to interpret, understand, and decide how it's going to enforce it. And if you decide not to enforce it, it's as if there is no regulation, for instance. So there are ways like that communication with the authorities, whether regulator or enforcement bodies, can influence the outcome. And if we go back to regulations or laws being created, there is often this thing called consultation process in Switzerland, but it happens also many other jurisdictions where they state their intention for the new laws or maybe even draft it and then submit that to the public opinion. So trade associations would write a commentary, lobbying groups, individuals, just big projects, anyone who has a say or a stake in it would give their opinions, and this will be studied before they actually enact any form of regulation. So there is a form of informal conversation also happening.
Yeah. So I was really confused. Actually had a very bad rep from the member of parliament due to one clause of privacy, and they were really, really worried. So regulators are just an entity. They might be bureaucratic, but they are liable to respond to the users or the democracy of the system. And it has been voted down right now. It has been rewritten due to the privacy concern, and that brings us to the limelight from the technical or the application point of view, and the education gap, right? So they know there is something which they can do on the privacy front, like zero knowledge or cryptography, right? They have learned of doing this thing from their regular, credit card or your touch payment system. They are approaching it not at a warp speed like an HCC, but a really slow speed, but they acknowledge it. And there are privacy solutions which all of us are building, some of us are building in this room, right? They have a direct impact over what they can implement, and they can pass their own digital pound in a way which is private and which requires a sufficient amount of privacy, but it also balances the demands of regulation, keeping in context the power remains to the user itself, right? Not to the central bank.
So I will just want to be a bit contrarian and be spicy and be very pessimistic, actually, because first I give a small story about how it happened in Switzerland. Switzerland, FINMA had two periods. There was the first period with Mark Branson, basically, who was the lead, and he was like pro-tech, and he opened up a fintech desk, and there was like young guys there who started to understand the thing. And there's a second period where he had to leave, and management went into a bad shape, and FINMA start to turn over and be much more difficult to work with. And what happened also is that when it comes to privacy, when they're really nice people, you can always talk to them and push up projects and get some rulings and everything. That's totally fine. But when it comes down to privacy, at the end, they will go against it. So, and we saw it in practice. So there's two things that we saw. Is one, that they are developing their practice to go down to removing any threshold of non-KYC things in Switzerland is being removed by FINMA in practice, not by law, but by implementing things on the side. And when we went through the consultation process, which is an open consultation process, they were trying to get rid of some part of the of non-KYC transaction. At the end, they had to admit in writing in the final text that they were against privacy, anonymous means of payments, and they were discriminating against those, even though this is not a concept which exists in law. So there is this like I don't think it's by thinking of it. It's more like an organic reaction of this institution, and people, when they're pushed into it, actually they're against privacy.
Interesting. I will follow up on this in a second around also the Financial Action Task Force, and we can speak a little bit about sort of like, does this come from the global perspective or the local perspective, and like how much is being enforced here. But actually, I just learned something very interesting that I didn't realize, that true, FINMA is not a regulator in that sense. And I think we've been very Americanized, where I think we all view the SEC kind of as a regulator as well as the enforcer. Is this also true in other countries? Is this generally the split, that it's always like you have some regulator that actually makes the rules and then you have someone like FINMA trying to enforce them, or is this unique to Switzerland?
No, it's like the typical setup, I would say, that legislation is not drafted by government agencies, it's drafted by the legislative body. And so, of course, I agree, you have interpretation liberty and you have an importance in kind of setting the path how to apply the existing framework, which is then going to be controlled by court. But in a democratic systems, normally the ones making the rules are not the ones applying the rules.
But I would say that currently we're in a position where this is the setup, but what the regulators in Switzerland I witnessed, and we saw it also in the US, they actually through practice change the interpretation of the law in the point where the law is applied in a completely different way, so it's becoming non-democratic. And the whole industry is too afraid to go in front of the courts, so they don't have the balance system, and the politics doesn't understand anything and doesn't go into being the balance also.
Yeah, I dare to say that's not a structural problem, but an industry problem.
So we should sue people more. We should sue the government more. That's what I'm hearing. In fact,
But that's what people in the US
right. Essentially, that's also, I mean, our role as legal advisors is not to just listen to the regulator, supervising authorities and say, okay, they say that, so we're going to tell that at our clients. I mean, it's like we don't generate any value like that. We need to challenge those opinions and like really try to push it. And if we believe, hey, they're wrong, we need to try to correct it in courts. And if the courts will follow our opinion or the supervising authorities' opinion, that's another question. But I think we can't just rely on whatever guidance supervising authorities gives. And also maybe a last thought on that. If you look now, the Danish authorities, they published these guidelines on what are the criteria for a DeFi project to be sufficiently decentralized not to fall under the MiCA regime. So we may touch upon that as well a bit later, but I'm just trying to say these are guidelines. This is a thought of a regulator, how they want to apply the law, which doesn't mean it's correct. It doesn't even mean that they're sure of what they're saying, that it is the way they should apply the law, but they need to start something and somewhere on their thinking progress, and it's our role as an industry to challenge that.
I mean, we have something similar, I think, in sort of the tech development sphere, where we're all very much too friendly to each other. As a result, and it's a very good thing, right? Like, we all want to be collaborative, but as a result, very few people go bug hunting in other people's protocols. And as a result, like, we end up with these, like, 3 out of 5 bridges everywhere, because, like, no one really tests the underlying security assumptions. It seems that we should be also being more PvP on the law side.
Yeah, and
I mean,
if I may just
theory.
apologies, go ahead, I talked too much.
Yes, no, but that's in theory. Like in theory, it's great to go and sue and like try to push one form of interpretation. But what we see with the SEC is this thing called regulation through enforcement. So they would like go after a project and push their own opinion and interpretation of the law, and they would kind of, the facts and the practicalities of the case would make it so that the project would want to settle rather than fight this in court, because it costs a lot of money, takes a lot of years, and creates this whole space of uncertainty where the project cannot like build further. So they would rather find an agreement and kind of cave in the interpretation of the regulator to just end the case, and that's another way for them to push their agenda, and then they can prove that, hey, like my interpretation won because they had to sign this agreement with us or whatever. So in theory it's great, but in practice there are a lot of other forces in motion.
Just to add, the conceptually, like how, like I think and the tech team also think about the regulation. So there's a concept of competition within the government agencies are a power structure, right? And the power structure gives the currency. And what we have seen in crypto world is another digital currencies. And if you look at from the regulatory point of view, what I see when we talk to the ecosystem, there is a competition within the alternate currency. What if that alternate currency brings up a better way to enhance the regulation, right? So they are also thinking, that there are the structure within the competition. What if Ether has a capability to become regulatory compliant for the people, not the regulators, right? For the people. Can we design such technology? So that is speeding up their process as well, right? That can lead to the adoption and changes within the regulatory mindset. Like that means there is a competition. That means the technology adoption should increase from maybe a digital pound and takes ZK as a zero knowledge pool system, shielding as one of the criteria.
Interesting, cool.
May I add something?
Yeah, of course.
So just to bring a little bit more structure from the EU side, the regulator, we have three, they are working together, like Commission, the Parliament and the Council. So you most likely have seen a lot of tweets when Parliament does something, but it doesn't work like in other member states where the Parliament is the one deciding. All three institutions decide together. Mostly we're tweeting around the Parliament because they are also tweeting and it's public, but all three institutions again are important. And then as you said before, there are authorities that are enforcing those, and we have ESMA and EBA on the EU level, but we have also member states authorities. And so for example, for the markets in crypto assets regulation, you will have 30 different authorities that will interpret MiCA in different ways, and in each of them will have a paper like the Danish paper or just like internal paper on what decentralization is. And this is where the complexity comes in. I hope they will be aligned with some of the guidance that have legal power. So the one from ESMA do have legal power and they are binding, so they need to follow them. There are some that are, for example, technical standards that they follow, some are just guidance. But as you said before, the one from the Danish paper is just, I say the whole week is basically a gift for us to discuss during this conference, but it's really just a paper.
Yeah. And to add some complexity on that, thank you, Marina, it's when you look at these guidelines and the binding law, I mean, there are always a lot of questions up for interpretation. We never really know how to apply things in detail. And there also, each regulator will, or a supervising authority will have one practice when they give guidance. So in Switzerland, we can ask for these non-action letters. Other authorities do it slightly differently. So when you discuss with them, ask for permission, you're going to get one set of answers. But if they have to enforce the law, you get a different set of answers. So we as advisors, tend to look at only the enforcement side because that tends to be much more liberal and less conservative than when you ask for permission.
Interesting. The enforcement side is more liberal.
Well, they have to, because in an enforcement, you can't just say, well, yeah, from an economic perspective, we believe that setup looks like kind of similar to a banking activity, so we would regulate you as a bank, as an example. In the enforcement matter, you really need to deep dive into the law and to set up and apply it, and you need to uphold in front of a court in the worst case. So there's the real discussion taking place.
Maybe shifting gears a little bit, because we spoke a lot about sort of 30 different regulators or enforcement bodies in the EU. We have Switzerland, we have the US, we have the UK. How much sort of like, I'm trying to get a sense, right? Because this is a very international industry but we have many different systems that interact. Like what's the gradient here going from sort of very localized policy, how much does localized policy affect global policy or vice versa? And sort of like, where should projects orient themselves? I mean, like it's very easy to go like, well, I find my favorite enforcement agency in Europe, I pick one of the 30, I assume I get access to the single European market, right? Like in Switzerland, a lot of projects end up in Switzerland because the FINMA is quite nice. At least they're clear on most things. So like, how should projects think about this? Sort of, how much does it matter that you're locally compliant? How much does local compliance like spill over into the global world? And how much does globally it come back to also like sort of inform local policy?
I'll just give an example of how we did it at NIM.
Oh yeah, actually also Geneva. I mean, this is even crazier that like now individual cantons in Switzerland doing their own things, which is very cool.
So how we did in NIM, because NIM we're a global project from Switzerland, and so we issued a token and we're building privacy tech, and so we had to do a number of things, no action FINMA letter, for example, and we thought about this. So basically here it's thinking about your threat model, right? Okay, who are you going to possibly anger if you do things? And obviously the first case you have to be compliant you look to be compliant in your own country. So being in Switzerland, you have to be in the frame of the Swiss system. And then from a Swiss project, then we said, okay, who are going to be our users? We'll have people naturally in Europe, in the US, in Asia. And then we thought about, okay, who are the regulators who are really able to touch us somehow, right? And we decided that the European ones around us is a concern, right? We have to somehow mitigate this, but the US is a bigger concern. So we adopted a policy where we are Swiss compliant. We excluded ourselves from the US system following their interpretation of exclusion, which is Reg S. It's a very specific way of doing it. And so we could indeed comply to the US thing, and then being relatively okay with the European ones waiting for the MiCA. And then the rest of the world, well, I mean, we never saw any enforcement coming from China, for example, or whatever. So we didn't care much about these regions.
So I would say that there are maybe three important elements that would be good looking into. One is, where is your market? So where do you think your users will come from? Definitely look into that. And as you said, also incorporation, of course, but I think market is like super important. MiCA is not a rule that gives rules for everyone that is incorporated in Europe, but it gives rules to access to the European Union users and citizens. So whoever wants to have a user, I don't know, in one of the European countries, you need to comply with MiCA if, you had your service provider, for example. The other one is what's basically happening around the world. So even if you're, I don't know, let's take an example of Circle. It's not related to privacy, but it's a good example because the MiCA rules for Circle already apply. So for stablecoins, they do apply. For them, the most important market is 100% USA, but there's nothing happening there. So they had to engage in Europe because Europe started first, and Europe is also setting some of the standards that USA will follow lately because they had so much work to do on standardization, internally changing, creating a new product, that for sure some kind of a global standards will be following whatever happens in Europe. And the third one is basically your capacity. Policy has become professionalized. Teams have one or even more people in their team to do this policy work. It requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of relationships. Whenever something happens, when the house is burning, you reach out. It's not really helping a lot because you need to build relationships over years. And then when something happens, they know you're ready. They will call you themselves, or you basically reach out, and it's much easier that you will have a good relationship with them.
Yeah. I think I normally take a very structured approach. So we developed this policy framework toolkit for developers. Essentially, when you boil it down, policy around the globe, everybody looks at the same topics. The individual regulations, they may change, banking regulations or whatever, AML regulations, but they tend to have the same policy considerations behind them. And essentially, these are anti-money laundering and embargo, sanction, terrorism financing, fighting concerns. These are consumer protection concerns, and these are concerns related to the stability of financial markets as such. And then you have some tax topics as well, so like 4 key concerns. And I think what you can do as a project, that you look at this map of policy considerations and place yourself on that map and look, hey, our project, where do we have touching points on these considerations? And if you detect them, kind of score them and put yourself on a risk matrix, and thereby kind of get a feeling, hey, what kind of regulations am I likely to touch on a global level? And then look at this market perspective. Where do I want to go? Which markets are easier to access? Who do I need to talk to get legal advice in particular markets? What others don't place that much focus on AML regulations, for example. So I think this structured approach should really help.
So for me, one thing which I think which is missing in this the zoo of regulation, right? Like local versus global, also leads to there are a lot of local entities, right? And so there exists a big gap in a kind of a central coordination agency kind of a thing. And if we look at, I think we go back to the last financial crisis, right? And there was so I know one regulation by literally worked on at Dodd-Frank, right? The financial crisis had came about Dodd-Frank, and there were many regulations which kind of replicated that along the country states, right? And there was a reason for that, right? People believed that, especially from the US side, that this should be enforced quickly, and this should also be enforced and subsidized and whatever, right? Money printing or subsidies. So the same thing, the global coordination, I think, is needed there. And the global coordination is completely missing. And if you look at the counterparts of technology, let's say AI and AI safety, we had a G7 summit in which all the global leaders discussed as like a coordination agencies for that regulation of AI. I think they should do with digital assets as well.
I'm curious. I think this is a great point to also talk about the Financial Action Task Force and sort of how much global policies that are made in very obscure ways to me enforce sort of our local desires, or our local systems that our regulators will just enforce, not because they think it's a good idea, but because it comes from this global consensus on something that you should be doing.
That's an interesting bridge between the previous conversation, because we're all here talking about risk mitigation and how to basically address the regulations, but nothing is certain. So you asked us, as you said, what could be eventually applied and how you would interact with it. But the fact is that if we think of blockchain technology or crypto project as this decentralized technology, and this is taking the extreme of it, if it's really decentralized and used globally across the world, then this is kind of a language that is very different from the legal language that we know nowadays, that is very jurisdiction-based, very geographically based, led by nation states usually, or international bodies that are formed by nation states. And these two languages, they don't bridge really. So they are trying to communicate, but they do not understand each other, and that creates kind of this in-between space where projects need to kind of navigate and explain to the regulators and interact with them and try to comply, but it's complying with something that doesn't really fit well. And then comes into effect this idea of a global regulation, and the FATF is a body that would put forward global policies that everyone would have to follow, which is, at least in my opinion, quite controversial, because who gives legitimacy to the FATF? And then you ask yourself, who will decide what this global regulation is? And is it, for instance, the USA that comes with its monetary policies, its own views on sanctions and AML and compliance, and kind of pushes everyone else to comply with it? Or is it a race where the EU will come first with a regulation and everyone else will have to adapt to it? And where in all of these games, the decentralized technology has a say?
I mean, I'm relying very much on sovereignist approaches where we shouldn't have global things. This seems terrifying to me. But I'm curious, you two seemed very much you.
No, I mean, for me, it's a very nice thought to have a harmonized regulatory body, making sure everything is running correctly. But let's be honest, the risk that this one agency gets it wrong is tremendously high. If you create such a big body, they have their own dynamics, and we see that with FATF, we see that with other bodies. It's not meant to do harm, but I prefer the distributed approach and say, okay, let's get 20 jurisdictions, give it a try, maybe one of them gets it right.
Of information at least, not like an outcome. Otherwise, we are into the world of inception, right? You send the beacon to 3 planets and 1 planet lives, right? There are other people in other local jurisdiction, right? And blockchain technology, we live in a decentralized world, right? We generally don't want to only cater to the one successful entity in terms of it might be Europe or US, right? But there are other people. We see the community in the blockchain is coming from very surprising places. Adoption is coming from very surprising places. So I think coordination is required and, it's missing.
Also, I'm totally against a central coordination body because there is already one and it's making so much mistake, FATF. And I think I think also it comes to the fact that all this system has been built on actually policies which have not proven themselves, right? So the whole quest of anti-money laundering policies right now, we start to see some studies coming out with the results of like how efficient it is. And the two numbers I have from different studies is one is the efficiency of how to the funds So the funds which are, the proportion of funds from which are supposed to be criminal who are actually caught through AML is about 0.1% or less. Right. So, and then for each dollar or franc, because I think it was for each franc to capture through this process, it costs 200 francs in terms of procedures, effort, whatever, to get that franc. So it's the most inefficient policy. Even the drug war is not as efficient as this. So because we have now these institutions which are running super inefficient policies, of course. And we don't see it yet because, and we'll come down later on why they're pushing this. They don't have any data. You can still try to make those institutions more efficient, but that will not work because the underlying reason and the underlying effectiveness of the AML policies is just not there. So you see it. I think you see it from a founder's perspective, and I understand this. Well, you say, "Oh, I want to build this world project, and then I have to talk to all these regulators. Too complicated. Let's have something simple for me as a founder," which is totally fair. That's why the industry is pushing also, not our industry, but the financial industry in general is pushing for this, right? Because they want to simplify. It costs them a lot. And there's a report just came out recently from a set of banks who are trying to say, let's try to improve how reporting is happening, and because they acknowledge it's not efficient and it costs them that much. So I think right now it's good to have diversity because at least it shows the inconsistencies and we need to show that all this system is actually not efficient, and we need to find the real things. And I think verifiability of the fact that the security that cryptography is bringing is actually providing much more security to the users than the anti-money laundering systems that we have now.
I have a question actually, especially for you two, because you are so vocally against this global one body regulation. But if we abstract what are norms and regulation, and we abstract it from the nation states kind of normal way that we encounter it, and we think of decentralized projects setting their own norms, right, through the architecture of the protocols and all of the rules and norms that they navigate within the products. How can this be potentially this kind of global standard for the project, and has this any value as a form of standardization? Because if a project usually we see that very often, they would adopt a way of doing, and then the other project will mimic that, so it creates this industry standard. And I see some risks in it too, because then it becomes a standard in an acceptable way, and the regulator will deal with this one way. Or do we need to push for maybe different ways of doing and against this standardization?
I can give it a try, but I'm very happy to hear your thoughts on that. I think at the end of the day, it boils down to the question how relevant will self-regulation be and self-monitoring of the industry. And I think developing industry standards is very important. It's going to be very important to also demonstrate to the regulator, hey, we have given it some thought, we want to be compliant, but we believe the system that you want to place us in is the wrong system, so we do it in a different way. and now kind of let's discuss whether our way is a right one as well. And of course, these discussions are facilitated when you have a kind of a similar approach to how to deal with that. But of course, there in the discussion, I think what you need to be careful of that you come up with a standard which is kind of over-compliant, and you set the standard at a level which is kind of making your negotiation point weaker overall. So it's a balancing question.
Actually, I think this is especially what's happening in the US. I feel like personally that I think a lot of projects are shoehorning themselves into some way stronger regulatory stance than I think any reasonable regulator is going to take, especially on the Ethereum side. I mean, it's like, this would have been like ISPs are going to start blocking all network traffic because it may have come from like some router that was like running the Signal protocol, right? Like, so yeah, what's the, like, why do projects, I think, like, why are some projects shoehorning themselves sort of in this very specific, why are they effectively turning over to the regulator and going like, you should regulate way harder than I think it's reasonable?
I think it's pretty obvious. Is because there's like large investment when you raise tens of millions of dollars and you build up a team, and then you face the risk of being shut down because you don't comply. All your investors will be behind you saying, "Well, no, here, use my lawyer to be compliant." I mean, that's I would say it's a natural thing, but. I really like your answer. There's one aspect of it, and there's the other way. For example, I hope to see one of the industry standards building up for regulation, and I think this is touching this group here specifically. Is that going into a way of doing business with no logs and no data from the user is actually something which I believe is going to be an industry standard pushed by us, because it will be cheaper to do it, right? Because you're less in a risk. You have no risk of hacks. I mean, not hacks of the data, reputational risk. It's much you create much lighter systems if you don't have data of the people. But here on the other side, the whole industry, the whole financial regulation system is based on data acquisition. You're forced to get all this data.
Forced to create honeypots.
So and to create a huge honeypot. So here I think this is like one of the core fights that will happen in the regulatory space when we can prove that we don't need data and we still provide the security, and they will come and say, no, we forced you to, and they say, well, at one point all these people who are forced will be hacked somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they could use.
go ahead. Just to answer, because I think this US versus the geography. So if you think it like from an economics of regulation, we are all kind of rational agents here. So there is a cost of complying to the regulation and then penalty which might be implied, right? So generally, if the cost of complying is lower than the expected penalty, you generally put that cost in, right? In US, I believe, like in certain jurisdictions, is like the situation is so undeterministic, right? It's so probabilistic. You are not able to guess the cost of penalty. They think it's infinite. So when you don't know what the penalties are gonna be, you try to put as much cost as it is. And what does mean like putting as much cost? Like that means stopping, right? So that's what's happening, and that's where I think the technology comes in, right? We are right now at the moment where we can reduce the cost of complying significantly down, and that's what the technology of zero knowledge comes in. Of course, like blockchain is getting into on the balancing privacy with the regulatory compliance through the zero knowledge route, through cryptographic route, and that's I think that's the right route, because there is always gonna be the state of the world, global coordination failing, local agencies. We have seen the Binance case, right, and other exceptionally high penalties. So the only reason stable equilibrium you see is reducing the cost of compliance, and we have seen this in 200 years of enforcing tax avoidance laws. There is a probabilistic catching of a culprit, and the cost of complying goes down with this modernization of tax softwares. Even the lawyer fees are going down significantly now for tax-related reasons.
It would have been my point as well. I mean, the good news is that the cost to collect and maintain data of users are rising year by year with the data protection regimes in place. So me as a financial institution, let's say, my business case is not collecting data. My business case is with financial services. So I don't resell them normally. So it's really just a cost position. So I need to lower the cost and become more efficient, and that technology, ZK Proof and other privacy technologies should enable me to do that. So there should be a pressure also from the CFI industry to kind of go through that. And I think on the compliance level, it needs to come from that industry, because they're the supervised industry at first, which the lobby, so they need to push that.
Like, when talking to regulators as well as enforcement agencies, because, I mean, I've read a little bit about AML and KYC, right? And it seems that the costs are actually it does very little to actually help with the problem that's trying to tackle, but it increases, puts a massive burden on sort of the individuals that get debanked. Like, do regulators think about sort of the second order effects, or is it more like, oh, I see a nail, let's hit it with a hammer, no matter what happens underneath?
It's even worse than this, is that there is a real problem in today's industry, not crypto, but financial. Because of digitalization in general, the ability of scams are huge, right? So there's a lot of fraud where the financial industry or the financial institution is used as a fraud vehicle. Right? So it's not, AML is about, I did a crime, I gain money on it, I'm a drug dealer, right? And then I go to a financial institution and I give my money and I want to clean it, right? That's AML. But actually most of the problems financial institutions find are me trying to abuse the financial intermediary to scam someone, right? And so, so the problem is that AML laws have been used because they are forced upon the financial industry, but actually their main use is to try to reduce fraud against the financial industry themselves. And so there is it actually creates a system where the tool that you're trying to implement is you're not using it for the right thing. So the efficiency is even worse than that.
You're not even taking a hammer, you're just taking a hand and trying to pound a nail
Exactly.
into the table. Okay.
And just to add 2 lines, and exactly coming back to my point, if you see the statistics of percentage dollars fraud happening in credit card industry, and take it from when it was invented in 1980s, that travel card, and now we have chips and encrypted, encrypted messaging between each other, public PKI infrastructure. So even that figure, that 20% fraud rate, it has reduced to significantly lower right now. So I think the only impact on this fraud figure was due to the technology, especially the cryptography and the digital technology, rather than the regulation. So just adding your point.
No, it's adding.
Curious.
Yeah.
Maybe to start wrapping up the panel a little bit, and sort of to give the audience a little bit of how they can help sort of shape global policy, global regulations is, in your experience, who are the best advocacy groups? Who should we be talking to? Who's doing good work that needs our help, that needs some more insight into how this technology works, that needs monetary support? Who should we be talking to?
FATF needs a lot of help.
Who?
FATF.
Who also wants our help?
I would say any group that fights and want to delegitimize FATF too.
Ideally, specific things that people can like get in touch with.
Just two things. One is EUCI and Marina here, and I think that they do a great work. And Europe right now is like a very fertile ground for this topic. Second is each of us is actually an advocate. So if you believe fundamentally that we have this inherent right to privacy, it's already an amazing start.
Yeah, we created actually a first body industry association called UPA, Universal Privacy Alliance. Please check it out. There are a few organizations which are part of it. We still need to make the organization more active, but the organization is there, and we're already like 10 members, and so the objective of the UPA is actually to do this, also to help in the case of, because this is something we didn't touch upon, where some developers right now, I mean, of course, doing the most edgy type of activity, are actually being jailed right now. So if you talk to in certain rings, people are afraid of that because of their activity in the crypto space. They are threatened, and because they bring privacy. So the UPA is also purpose is also to help on such cases for in the future, not those ones, but maybe the future Tornado Cash or other type of cases. We would be there.
Cool.
Of course, I'm biased, but I would say that there are different associations in different jurisdictions. So you need to have someone that is based in that jurisdiction and that does the work there. And there have been historically a difference between associations that were working on privacy when it comes to communication, and let's say the Digital Marketing Act or Digital Services Act, and when it comes to cryptography, when we do communicate. And there were associations that were working on privacy when it comes to financial privacy in crypto. So before crypto, we didn't really have financial privacy associations, I would say, that active as they are right now. But something that works on a local level and definitely works globally on FATF, because those international organizations are somehow reflecting the international power different big states have. So the big states have a lot to say within those organizations, sorry.
Just want to add, one example, a recent example of EU chat law, and overemphasize the role of advocacy, and especially the ground level advocacy, that how important it is to locally associate with your advocacy people, and also push the agenda towards the top and make great changes. And EU chat law, which got repealed, which not repealed, it was never passed, right? Which got rejected, I would say, from the parliamentarians, was only due to the advocacy, I would say, right? If it has not been there.
Huge push, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Last question, super quickly, maybe 30 seconds each. What's your best prediction of how over the next 5 years the space will evolve, specifically with bridging privacy tech and sort of existing financial systems? Be as realistic as you'd like to be.
I give it a try. My perspective is that the technology will first be adopted on a voluntary level, so where we don't have supervised actors, particularly in asset management related to kind of DeFi pools and other applications where we're not in the supervised area. There we need to prove efficiency, and then hopefully we can advocate that regulations want to be changed to take over that efficiency. That would be my hope. But I think we're not going to have changed regulations in 5 years, but we will have a good use case.
So the AML laws in Europe were negotiated in the last 4 years. They will become applicable in the next few years within this 5-year period, which means Monero delisted, which means all the privacy tools, or whatever they call them, anonymizing techniques, also prohibited. So we still have a lot of work to do to understand through the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, that is a completely new organization now established in European Union, what these anonymizing techniques mean, because they need to write guidance and standards on that. So those two will happen for sure.
Yeah, I'm very pessimistic. I mean, I think we have to go down the bad way before finding the right way. Why? Because all these things are being built. I mean, on the regulated space, they want to destroy all these tools that we're building, that we know are good for the protection of the individuals. Or the people need cryptography to be able to remain in control. And fundamentally, the financial regulations are based on data capture. while we are based on not capturing the data. So there's a fundamental difference that will be resolved when the financial regulation side will adapt really fundamentally. So it's a political. It has to be a political problem and a discussion. And until now, it's not, because on the political side, as soon as it's money laundering, it's too complicated to understand, and it's any way to get the baddies. So please do whatever you want to get the baddies. So yeah, we need to put it back on the political side also.
For me, so next 5 years is too long. But what we can see from what I can see is that we would have the concept of this private choices, right? And I think some of you mentioned in there. That means private choices, private capital, independent of the thinking from the non-formed regulation, right? Because it's still not formed. So they will decide that what I'm doing is right. And of course, with the consultation of advocacy group and the lawyers, right? And they will take it ahead, because first of all, it reduces the cost. It's in their benefit. The using of digital assets, pool or DeFi, or as a payment, or like any use case. So they will go ahead, and they are going ahead. If you look at like a partially regulated sector, right, narrow banking and other things, and they are putting in a bit of an effort there. So I would say like it's very optimistic, and that will create much more wider pressure on the regulatory efforts to enhance this new technology, enhance the success of the hybrid of intersection of regulatory compliance through technology.
Very briefly, I'm quite hopeful actually. Although I know the road is going to it is already very hard, and it's going to become even harder. But I think that there is no way around privacy tech becoming the norm or being more widely adopted, because we have this, like the same way we will never compromise on being able to close our doors at home and pull the curtains and have this privacy, or pay cash for some of the things that we may buy. I also think that as surveillance technology gets bigger and better, we'll have more need for privacy, and we will not want to compromise on that. But how this will play out with the regulators, I think there is going to be friction. There's a lot of dependencies and industries built on surveillance and on KYC and so on that will lose their relevance, and we'll have to do something else. So there's a big reshuffling to do, but I am hopeful for privacy tech.
Cool, thank you. Thank you also so much for actually turning this to positive, because actually I'm also feeling pretty positive. I think from the actual dev experience, we out-innovate faster than any regulator can understand how this tech works, which is there's some amount of escape velocity where if there's a new financial asset every 5 seconds, the regulation has to fundamentally adopt, because the old regime just won't work anymore. We can pretend for another couple of years that it may still work, but I think fundamentally we can out-innovate everyone faster than they can pass laws effectively to keep updated, right? And so, yeah, I'm also optimistic, I have to say. Thank you so much. We had time. I hope this was enjoyable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. So, we're ready for part 2 of the Shielding Summit. I hope you guys had a chance to meet a lot of new people, a lot of great people, curious minds, very bright minds. And we're gonna start the next panel. So the frontiers of privacy, evolution of protocols, communities, and ecosystems. If we can please bring the panelists on, and we can start the panel.
It's on? Okay. How are you even supposed to wear this thing? I guess like this? I hope you're coming in. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Do you have Alex?
Have you seen Alex?
He was out front 5 minutes ago.
He's having a riveting conversation with somebody.
Okay, Alex, I'm ready for you.
Alex, thank you. Okay, so Awa will moderate the panel, and big round of applause, please.
Okay, first of all, are you comfortable? Do you want to have a glass of water? You're good?
I'm comfortable, but I feel like
Uncomfortable.
we don't deserve applause yet. Like, you should wait.
I agree. Save your applause. Let's see if they deserve it. All right, I am very excited for this panel. Just a little bit about myself. Actually, the first job I got into this space was coming from the complete opposite side of things. So I was working at Chainalysis, and my job was to actually try to break the privacy on these decentralized protocols. And so all these protocols that they've been contributing to, I was looking basically from the perspective of offense. So like, where is the data leaked? And what is it we can do to monetize the data? So yeah, really excited to see you guys here from this perspective now. Here we see protocols that have been in production for years, like Monero, Zcash, Ethereum. ZK Sync just launched, right? A year ago, okay. Over a year ago. But there's a new version, right? Recently, okay. So this is an upgrade or something. So yeah, pretty excited about this. Okay, so to break the ice, I kind of want to ask, when is the last time you used some kind of zero knowledge proof? And what was it for?
I can start. I used Zashi, the Zcash mobile wallet, yesterday to send a shielded transaction, so about 18 hours ago. And what was it for? I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, I used the Zcash wallet to send a shielded transaction like 10 minutes ago because I've been going around trying to get everyone to install a Zcash wallet and sending them 1/1000th of a Zcash coin.
Okay, how many people have you Zashi'd in this event already?
Today, I think 5 people so far. So if you want to install a Zcash wallet, hit me up after.
Yeah, that was also what happened to me. You helping me install my Zcash wallet.
Okay, now I feel like it's a little noob. I just used Railway to make a couple of payments last month.
And I used the zero knowledge proofs a couple of days ago by sending a transaction on ZK Sync, but not for privacy, only for scalability. Last time I used it for privacy was probably at Zuzalu with the Zuzalu pass, where I could be let in without revealing who I am.
Yeah, that was really cool. I actually used, the first time was something that I was not working on. It was Zashi as well. I don't know what you're doing, Zuko, but like, okay. So there was Zashi, and then I tested Namadeo, which is an interface that we're working on for the Namada protocol. And I did also try at Zuzalu, like some kind of like zero knowledge proof scheme. That's pretty cool. Okay. So I would like to hear, what is it that you most recently have contributed in when it comes to zero knowledge proofs, privacy technologies in decentralized systems? Could you speak a little bit about that? The most recent contributions in the space.
So one thing that I've been working on over the last month is writing an optimized prover for Circle Starks in Python. Actually Python plus PyTorch, so it actually runs pretty quickly. But the goal of this is to basically try to both learn about the technology and help it more understandable for, make it more understandable for other people as well. And I think, one of the, I think the primary use case of Starks is historically, obviously scalability and not privacy. But one of the things that I've also been thinking about recently is that, actually, I think we've been really underrating Starks for privacy. And I think my case for this is basically that if you think about off-chain use cases, so you think about something, you passing a proof over the internet in order to log into something, like the WebZooPass use case, then one of the biggest UX bottleneck is still prover time, right? And ZK Starks do have significantly faster prover time than Snarks do. And you get to benefit from small field sizes and all of that stuff. And if it's off chain, then even 100 kilobytes is pretty negligible.
Does this also apply on edge devices like browser
I would say browsers, yes. I would say, yeah. The one context that is off-chain that it does not apply on is like if he wants to do the in-person ZooPass thing of like showing a proof as a QR code. A proof is like a ZK, like a Stark is a little bit too big for a QR code, right? Because QR codes I think go up to like around 4,000 bytes, and like a Stark is obviously around 100,000.
Great. Anyone else wants to share the most recent contributions to space?
I was working on designs of interoperability protocols between different blockchains that I think requires zero knowledge proofs to, like, I think you can only do proper interop between chains using zero knowledge proofs, but privacy is there, again, optional. You can do it, you cannot do it, but you have an option to do so.
Kind of like ZK-like clients for the...
Well, ZK-like clients would be like the ultimate. I mean, like if ZK Sync is an L2, so we're settling on Ethereum, it only makes sense to have a light client for Ethereum itself. So at some point, we will definitely be able to generate proofs for Ethereum blocks. And at that point, every single wallet must have a light client with, basically every single wallet has to be upgraded from a light client to a full client, where you can verify the full history of Ethereum from Genesis and be sure that you're on the right branch, everything was valid, without depending on your providers for...
Excuse me. Well, that was really impressive, and I was thinking, oh wow, I don't contribute anything like that. I am working on something that's, but I can't tell you yet. It's a secret. My main contribution nowadays is being like Zcash's biggest cheerleader and getting people to install the wallet on their phones when I talk to them.
Hey, I mean, I think that's the most important contribution, right? That's the hard part. For my part, I have been working along with the research team at Heliax and Nomada on something that sounds a little bit similar to what you were discussing, Alex, an interoperability protocol, or particularly a way to synchronize state and code across chains and domains, in particular, in our case, one that is compatible with privacy. So with private transfers of state and code across chains where you can decide, you know, I seem to be on a very solo quest to promote private bridging. Everyone else finds it scary or unnecessary, which is fair, but I'm still going to keep questing. And in particular, we're interested in allowing for some amount of disclosure, so allowing for disclosure of certain aggregates of bridging flows so that users can reason about proof-of-stake security, but while still preserving individual privacy. So we've been trying to design a way to do that and recently released a paper.
Why should we care about private bridging and private interop?
I mean, one reason I think you might care is if we end up in a world with many, many chains where even you create, you know, temporary chains to do local payments, maybe at an event, you want to be partially offline. And if you have many, many chains and you lose privacy or data protection whenever you switch between them, then this is going to produce a lot of, at least, statistics that some adversary could potentially use to infer what you're doing to target you.
Yeah, maybe just quickly to point out a few news from the Monero community. So there have been recent additions to the Monero Rust node that have been actually added recently. A few things to point out there. There's fast sync availability since the last hackathon in Prague, which most notably is live now, I think. And there's a lot of small things going on that I don't want to go into detail now, but you can check them out mostly on the Monero channels.
Great, thank you for that. We'll dive deeper a little bit later on the tech. I'm very curious to hear your story of like, how did you join this space and why did you join this space? Why are you here today? What keeps you here?
Should I go first? So yeah, I have maybe a very unconventional story how I came into this space. So in the 90s, I was running with a few other colleagues Mixmaster mailer, so I was on the Cypherpunk mailing list back then. So I also got Satoshi's mail with the executable about Bitcoin, but I didn't want to run some executable that I get over some mailing list, to be honest. So I didn't really care, and I didn't use it. But a few years after that, I was actually using, that was in 2012, 2011, I was using Bitcoin for an arts installation. This one was called Bitcoin Cloud, and was actually demonetizing how the art market is a bit absurd. So the idea there with this piece was it was mining Bitcoin only if people were watching the art piece. So that was exciting for me. But after that, I came to start the Riot Institute because maybe quite similar to Vitalik. I'm not sure if that's a true story, Vitalik, but everyone is always referring to this story that your, I think, World of Warcraft character got nerfed. So I have a similar story, but not so cool with World of Warcraft. But I was actually having my issues with the university I was working with at this time, and I found like that universities are the middleman to knowledge and to how I believe knowledge should be actually perceived and how it should be worked on. So I started my own institute. We started an own institute that was working more from the perspectives of cypherpunks and developers and tried to actually not get into this trap, which is academic publishing, which I think is fundamentally broken. So we worked since then in this domain and tried to create other types of content and somehow change academia in a way, or not really academia, but like research and make more sense out of it. So that's how I came into this. And I was actually researching cryptocurrency since the beginning. I was very fascinated by, I wrote a very long text actually by trying to understand all these different initial altcoins that came up. That was in 2012, 2013, something like that. And it was really, really interesting to me how all these kind of experiments that communities would do would always try to improve Bitcoin, but it was also a lot of scams out there. So it was, for me, interesting to understand them as a kind of a distributed and almost sort of community experiment. So people tried to make a point, tried to get enough people using that. And I think back then I was already really fascinated by Ethereum and by Monero out of totally different reasons. So Monero was interesting to me because it solved something that Bitcoin didn't solve at all, which was micropayments. So Bitcoin was not really used for micropayments at all. It became store of value quite quickly. And with Ethereum, I was fascinated that it did all these other things to blockchain, which I didn't even think of coming from Bitcoin and the likes. So that was really great for me, and I'm still in the space and working with Monero a lot and working with the Monero community mostly, but also very deeply rooted in the Ethereum community. So that's my path. So I'm really excited. Vitalik, tell us if that's true with your character.
And the fact that it happened is true. The fact that it motivated everything is a joke.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, the question was why you're here, what motivates you to remain in the space.
I can go next. My story is simple. I was born in prison. The name of the prison was USSR. And so as I grew up, I learned to appreciate freedom as the most important thing that unlocks everything else. Basically, like, I learned that freedom is the force that drives progress, innovation, and prosperity overall for all people. And so this is the, when I learned about Bitcoin, it was mind-blowing for me to see that you can use this technology to enact political change in the world through market means, not through convincing people who are already having their firm beliefs and it's very hard to change. But here's something like, sure, you have your beliefs, but look, your currency depreciates every year by 10%. You can believe in it, you cannot believe in it, but this is the nature, and you see it very tangibly, right? And then here's the means for you to become free. And it was fascinating for me that incentives were built into the product of freedom, if you want. And then as I discovered Ethereum, it was wow, you can do so much more. You can actually build the entire new financial system and digital system, the Internet of Value. It was the term that really appealed to me because that is what blockchains are, public permissions blockchains, like Ethereum, mostly Ethereum. I think Ethereum is closest to this vision than anything else. And I realized that that's what I have to work on. There's nothing more important, more impactful than to work on something that increases freedom in the world. And I just wanted to make sure that Ethereum can scale without losing these properties. And I discovered zero knowledge proofs, and then that was another mind-blowing moment. And so thus the zkSync was born.
Let's see. I mean, there are some contingent reasons maybe why I got into the space a long time ago. I did autonomous robotics, which was very fun, and I liked it, but then the only customers for that work were the US military. And I also grew up in a prison, of course, a conceptual one more than a physical one. Its name is the United States of America. And, you know, that experience, while I didn't personally suffer from it, I kind of observed people suffering from it in a lot of ways that just made me question, like, was this really the necessary social superstructure? Did we need to have a system of governance which looked like this? A lot of things that you know, people thought or at least seemed to take as necessary seemed to me to be contingent. And I spent a lot of time investigating what that might look like. And, you know, I don't think that technology is all of that answer, but I think that it's part of it, and at least coming up with ways of regulating the flows of information around our societies, particularly those which are digitally intermediated, that preserve the ability of communities to interoperate while at the same time maintain autonomy. This, to me, is kind of the promise that this technology offers. At the moment, most communities have to choose. If you want to interoperate with the US financial system, you must give up your autonomy. If you want to interoperate with most of the rest of the world through social media, you must give up your autonomy. And I think forcing this choice upon people is both terrible and unnecessary. It's like not just terrible, maybe it's good for a select few people in charge of the companies, but even then I'm not so sure. And it's terrible for the rest of us, the patterns of discourse that are kind of warped as a result, the patterns of finance and choice that are warped as a result. So perhaps similarly to your motivation, just by the idea of freedom, I think mine also comes from trying to investigate, you know, we can't have, I mean, the only kind of anarchy that works is a kind of anarchy where everyone agrees to the rules just as and in how they enact them. And I think this kind of technology is at least something that could provide part of that. That's what keeps me here.
Well, I love you guys' answers. Once upon a time, this cryptographer, Matthew Green, called me and said he and his co-authors wanted me to implement their cryptography protocol. And I turned him down, I declined, because I figured a more private Bitcoin would only be used by a niche users like criminals or rebels or libertarians or whoever. And I didn't want to spend my life doing something that would only be used by niche users because it wouldn't really help the rest of us, like the mainstream. And then like the next day I had slept on it and I started thinking, no, wait a minute, you can't use a radically transparent thing like Bitcoin for like your business or anything. So actually Zcash can be the mainstream thing that can help the rest of us. So I called him back the next day and said yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, also, you know, the need for privacy is like something that's pretty practical that I end up running into quite a bit, right? Like even things like how when I make some kind of payments, like a lot of the time people just like end up writing like weird coin media articles about it. And like, and so instead, you know, I just start sending coin stuff into Railway and people instead write weird coin media articles about how I send stuff into Railway, which is, you know, probably better because like at least it advertises Railway. Yeah, and so, you know, there's definitely like instances of this that I keep running into. I mean, of course, you know, if you go and like talk to a centralization maxi about this problem, they'll tell you, well, you know, this is why you need to use CeFi, where only the bank sees everything and everyone else sees nothing. But like I've definitely interacted with layers of the banking system enough to know that, like, you know, yes, like, you know, they do have people that do gossip behind the scenes, and like you definitely have less privacy even there than you think. I mean, and so like I definitely, you know, pretty regularly get this kind of, you know, like visceral confirmation that like this isn't just abstract ideology. This is like something that's like actually super concretely a valuable and important thing. I mean, and aside from that, like the math is wicked awesome.
In this part, freedom was mentioned a couple of times. And first question is related to freedom. Would you say that in the physical world, in the real world, we are more free than we are today in the digital world?
I think it's a spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Like it depends on which part of the physical world, which part of the digital world. Like sometimes, some places you're more free, and some places it's the other way around.
I mean, I would add to that, it's tougher to stay private in the digital realm or in the internet. I mean, we have all read all the news and the information of the recent years and of what's possible. I mean, coming from maybe I'm a bit paranoid when it comes to that, but I think if we look at what happened to privacy in the past years and to the whole privacy movement, it feels a bit like a step back, what we are facing today. Also, I feel like we have to reinvent a lot of things that we lost already, that were already there to us as a society. So I think we have to reinvent this now and hopefully find ways to shield things, how to make sure that we can regain this type of privacy. Even looking at financial transaction, if you take the notion of like financial privacy, it's a big problem. It's heavily debated if that should be a thing, if there should be financial privacy existing or not. There is this privacy versus transparency debate. I think we're in a tough spot also, like as a society, but also from a blockchain perspective. Everything is like transparent. We have to really actively reclaim privacy, I feel.
Something I've observed, and this is just why I bring up this like physical world versus virtual world, is like in your day-to-day, when you want privacy, you don't want to see anyone, you just go home and then like close your blinds, right? And then you have your privacy. And there's a person that comes very naturally to you as like this way to control basically what it is that you're exposed to. But as soon as we are on a browser or interacting with a device, it looks like everything just completely is broken as like people completely lose the intuition around all of a sudden by using a public blockchain, by using the financial system, you are completely surrendering like your data to people. Why is it that it is so different in people's minds interacting with like digital systems versus the real world?
You know, I'm not sure that it is. I think sometimes it's more that the user interfaces lie to people, whether consciously or not. When you open up, WeChat on your phone, now at least part of it's end-to-end encrypted. But for the metadata, it appears that you're sending a message to, Zuko. But actually, it should say recipients, Zuko, the CIA, and WhatsApp employees. You're sending a message to a much wider group of people. So users see, I'm sending a message to Zuko, and they assume quite reasonably that they're sending a message to Zuko and only Zuko. I think that their assumption given that interface is reasonable. But often, we collectively as technologists have failed to build interfaces that reflect what the technology actually does. And I think, we can hold users responsible for not understanding that and reading every single piece of code that they will ever interact with. But if we operate with that model of the world, we should give up on a digital society because it won't work. The only way that we can have a digital society where people understand the technology that they're interacting with is if we find ways to design interfaces that use metaphors to present what that technology will do in response to the user's action that are accurate, that respect the user's kind of intention and understanding.
That's interesting. Thanks for saying it like that. That matches my experience talking to a bunch of younger people, younger than me. And because I've always heard for decades now this narrative that privacy is dead and nobody actually cares about privacy and so forth. And and they had like science papers and all kinds of really credible, persuasive stories, and I was kind of disappointed, like, oh, gee, it turns out I'm the only person who cares about privacy. And at some point I figured out that all those science papers were published by Google and Facebook, and I decided it was like self-serving narrative shaping. But then anyway, I noticed the behavior of younger people who like use Snapchat a lot or whatever, and I had been told, like, young people don't care about privacy, those kids just post everything on their Snapchats. And then I found out that they care a lot. They're very, very thoughtful about who they're sharing with and what and when, and like, do you send a notification that you're looking now or later, and what do you delete? And they care a great deal about privacy. But I really liked what Chris just said, because it makes me realize, to my mind, whenever you're using Snapchat, you're sharing it with like Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, and the person you want to talk to, and that's not how they see it, but they do really care about their mental model of privacy. Anyway, that was my point.
Something that I really like about what we've just spoken about is like, I truly believe that, so I agree with you, Chris, I think the systems that we have been building for years have failed in making more explicit what's happening with the data that the user is kind of interacting with. And this is why I honestly really like shielded transactions, the fact that we deploy ZK snarks on decentralized systems, because I look at it as like a pretty practical pre-step to like this granularity of like information flow control, which is will require more advanced systems. But shielded transactions, shielded interactions have been on-chain for years. Why is it that we haven't seen that much usage of them? What is holding people back from it?
I mean, on Ethereum, the transaction fees are like 50 times higher. And like, that's not just like some quirk of, the EVM being bad or whatever. It's like inherently a result of a ZK snark being much harder to verify than a basic signature.
And before that, we had Tornado Cash, and I think a lot of people were using it until it was shut down and made criminal. So, and the last version of Tornado Cash actually became the one which was like more or less user-friendly for like closer to mainstream audience. So everything before that was like really hard to use, like more like BGP than like Signal or WhatsApp. So like you need something that is cheap, easy to use, convenient, and also fully private, and we just don't have this yet. But we're coming there.
Another point not to forget is that a lot of crypto is happening on centralized exchanges still, and if they don't support shielded transactions, you just cannot use them. I think that's what's the case with Zcash, isn't it? There's like specific, so some of the exchanges support shielded transactions, some don't.
Yeah, but in my opinion, centralized exchanges should use transparent transactions so everyone can see how much of their customers' money they're holding at all times. My answer is that, let me try to summarize. So people don't know, but based on as best as I could estimate by looking at the data, Zcash has had substantially more users every day of its 8-year life than Tornado Cash ever had at its peak. Like 10x, I think, something like that. But it's still not that many. It's like 10,000 to 30,000 transactions a day, which is not very many on the grand scale of things. And I've increased it by 5 so far today, and hit me up after. We'll keep it going up. But I think my main answer, and okay, I'm interrupting myself. I've got 2 main answers. One is that most of crypto is just used for gambling. And Zcash is a terrible gamble. Everybody who's gambled on Zcash, especially me, has lost money every year for the last 8 years straight. So that's probably one reason why it's not higher.
I can test that. You lost dollars, but you gained Zcash, which is the true money.
That's pretty good correction. I am pretty satisfied with that part. No, in all sincerity, I feel bad owning dollars. I feel like I'm buying into a corrupt system. I don't want more dollars. Ugh.
Well, so far we've covered the practical angle, which I totally agree with. I mean, this technology is still early. But to also come at it from a different perspective, I think there's just a lot of general malaise. I think people have gotten used to technology which does not work in their interest. And they've gotten so used to it that they've kind of given up on like imagining an alternative world and demanding of their political institutions that they help produce and support an alternative world. The US government used to fund like open source technology research. It's kind of crazy. If you go back, a few decades, a lot of what we're working on today came out of public funding, and it really doesn't do it anymore. Like why are we all like raising private capital and doing all of this stuff? In some sense, I would argue it's just because our democratic institutions have failed at using their funds, which are granted to them legitimately or only legitimately insofar as they use them to support the interests of the populace, right? So I think there's some like transition point where if we can demonstrate that an alternative world is possible, people will start changing like what they demand of technology. They can raise their expectations instead of lowering them. So, it'll take a while to get to that point. But I think that matters just as much as like making the technology work well does. We need both.
I just want to mention that Monero has a real use case in darknet markets. That was supposed to be positive.
Oh, right.
I was trying to help out the Monero people by pointing out that they have real usage, which is not merely speculation. That's good.
What are your favorite products to buy on darknet markets, Suko?
Oh man, that's a great question. I resolved at one point many years ago that I was going to log on to Silk Road when it was a thing and buy something legal so I'd be safe, but I at least could say that I had done it. And then I never got around to it. And then I met an old friend of mine from years earlier who told me that she had been selling home knitted, like, what do you call, Etsy style things, like art pieces or whatever, on Silk Road. And I thought, oh, I missed my chance. I could have anonymously bought a knitted thing for my friend without knowing. I'm trying to think. Oh, I once donated a Bitcoin to an Iranian musician, which I think might have been a violation of federal law, so maybe I shouldn't have said this. And I bought alpaca socks, but that wasn't on a darknet market. That was just on the guy's website.
Yeah, I mean, all the things that I've used, like Railway to buy, include SIM cards, VPN subscriptions, and then charity donations.
Oh yeah. I just bought a device that I haven't used yet. There's a pattern here of me procrastinating and getting confused or whatever. But I just bought this device from what's it called? Calyx, Calyx, and I paid them in Zcash, so they don't know anything unless they see this live stream. And and they shipped me this device, which I can do like a hotspot connection to my phone, and then that thing will do the cell phone connection so that my phones will work everywhere if it works. But anyway, I paid in Zcash for that.
So there's actually a lot of legit services that are using Monero where you can buy things. Also, some of them are on Tor. Obviously, I'm not sure if that only qualifies for being a darknet market, but you can buy legit things on Tor with Monero and not go to jail for that. Hopefully. So notably domains. Like if you want to buy them super securely on Yalla, for example, company started by Peter Sunde. There's a lot of I think quite important to note services where you can actually make sure that your financial privacy is actually taken care of.
Okay, switching topics. I would like to hear from your perspectives on how the ecosystems you have been more closely contributing to have evolved over the last years. Have you seen any opportunities, any threats to it that you feel like community has gone through? Any lessons learned from them?
Yeah, maybe I want to start. There was the Moneron, which I'm not sure if everyone knows what that was. It was a decentralized form of trying to figure out what centralized exchanges are actually doing with their Monero reserves. Problem usually is that exchanges don't keep their reserves or the currencies that the users put in as actual reserves, but they're of course gambling with that as well, and so they only transfer and give you Monero and have to buy them back on the normal market if you take it off the exchanges. So the Monero community staged the Moneron, which was a 1 week thing where we actually tried to extract as much as possible Monero from the exchanges. But what happened was that most of the exchanges stopped actually withdrawals. And so we created this list of legit exchanges that have the reserves in Monero actually. A lot of them didn't. I think 2 of the only ones that in the end worked out was, I think, Bitstamp, and second one was Kraken. The other ones delayed indefinitely the availability on the exchanges. I know that Vitalik was writing also a lot about proof of reserve, something about these things, which is very great, and I think that should be much more a thing. We're not there yet, I believe, but that was really important. Felt like a threat because I felt a bit like, okay, people are being lied to. There's not what's going to happen with the exchange, with the actual coins on the exchanges. It was a bit shocking for me, actually.
In the Ethereum privacy ecosystem, I think the biggest changes that we've seen over the last couple of years a big part has definitely been various types of responding to the legal pressure, right? So, it started off with Tornado Cash, and then the whole situation happened, and one part of the response has been to basically go figure out these next generation privacy protocols that do privacy pools type technology, and basically have these like large anonymity sets, but then have everyone withdrawing, like basically exclude anything that they consider to be like a bad deposit from the anonymity set. And so basically the idea would be that if you're like a DeFi hacker, then everyone would just exclude you, and you would end up not having an anonymity set, but everyone else still would. So Railway is like trying a very primitive version of this technology, and then Oxbow has been trying to take it to the next level. So that's one part of it. And then I would say the other part of it is kind of in the direction of like more hardening. So just reducing the level of dependence on various centralized actors, right? So like in the case of Railway, for example, now like it's primarily like it's not a website, it's a dApp that you can download. And then for relayers, it uses a separate peer-to-peer network called Waku to connect to relayers. And so it's not like as dependent on a central list of IP addresses. And then I think in the future, that's at some point just going to become an ERC-4337 mempool. So a lot of like progress in that kind of direction too. And then the other one, of course, is moving to layer 2s, right? And that's something that Tornado Cash itself actually started, but now Oxbow is, they're launching on Gnosis chain, which is, it's not, I mean, it's not a layer 2, but it's definitely like in the category of these like much cheaper networks. So I expect to see much more layer 2 first stuff coming in the space in the future too.
And another extension to add to this in the layer 2 space are people who are working on private L2s, like Validiums, with private data availability, which can be like a lot easier to build because they are fully VM compatible, so you can use all the tooling. Everything is it's like easy and familiar, but then you have privacy at the protocol level, basically out of the box, at the expense that this privacy is not on a per account basis, not for like not that every individual controls all the data that belongs to them, but it's per chain or per group. But I think it's still an improvement over just having zero privacy at all, because you can then have different groups competing for being a better guardian of your privacy, and then the users will be able to choose, and at least you have full permissionlessness and censorship resistance from Ethereum, where you can refer to it like you can go back to Ethereum as a court of final appeal to get your funds back if the validators are becoming malicious. So like so there is some spectrum where privacy can live. I'm not very happy about this Validium option as opposed to like user-controlled privacy, but with that, like we need at least that to get to real mass adoption of blockchains for payments and for real financial use cases. Having Twitter for your bank account is not an option. It's just like it can't work. It can work very like you asked previously like what users think about the like why users are willing to give up their privacy. A lot of people use it in a very isolated way. They bridge funds from their exchange. They do some financial activities like buying, selling, speculating, meme coins, whatnot, and then they move it back to their exchange. They don't share their address with anyone, right? So like this is a form of this centralized privacy where exchanges serve as mixers, kind of like compliant mixers, right? So we can do better. Instead of like I would not be comfortable like having something, you have to go through this custodial service to ensure privacy. It would be much better to have like exchanges control privacy, but you actually control the custody of the assets. That would be a huge improvement over what we have today.
This is it's really funny to speak about that because I did write about actually a blog post. It was titled "The Best Mixers are Centralized Exchanges," and this is very real. It is really funny to hear people saying that people don't care about privacy, but then actually, if you want to get privacy today in existing systems, the best thing you can do is to source the funds directly from a centralized exchange, and then to like fresh accounts, and then try to basically per account one purpose. And then you're like pretty anonymous as long as the centralized exchange does not leak your identity. And yeah, this is centralized and forced, just not a centralized and forced feels like we're going against, the direction towards from where this space entirely started: censorship resistance, permissionlessness. Kind of funny, but anyways, we've spoken a lot about on-chain privacy, and I do agree that is like the lowest hanging fruit. That's where we need to start. Have you thought about designs outside of like the settlement layer? So let's say we touched a little bit about L2s, but not the full stack. Have you thought about end-to-end privacy? How to enable that in the protocols that you feel closest with?
Replace Gmail, replace Google Docs, replace Telegram.
Actually, I mean within the scope of the decentralized protocol, like outside of.
You can replace all three of those with decentralized protocols.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, I would second that. I mean, I think sometimes crypto is too ambitious, but sometimes crypto is not ambitious enough. Like if we're going to build complex peer-to-peer layers and we have, I don't know, like tens or hundreds of millions of dollar budgets, we might as well try to fix the like TCP/IP stack, because the TCP/IP stack is a mistake. It was not designed with cryptographic identity in mind. Cryptographic identity was bolted on top. And if we kind of rework this in, with the cryptographic tools that we now have, I think we can provide in particular, a kind of like unified user experience, like almost a super app that supports payments and chat, Google Docs, stuff like this, but is private or gives users autonomy and interoperability. And I think that would, if we can do that, it will blow all of these like super inefficient existing companies out of the water, because they like replicate the same protocols and they're different services. So they're paying engineers to do the same thing. And they run a bunch of servers in places that are not close to the people who are actually collaborating. So there are all these like packet round trips across, especially the Atlantic Ocean. Don't trust Americans to keep your data safe. None of the agreements work. All of these unnecessary packet round trips across the ocean is just like less energy efficient. So even without making sort of philosophical or more principles-based arguments for more privacy or more cryptography in the stack, we can make some that are just efficiency-based. Like we can outcompete these existing systems solely on the basis of energy costs. And I think that's also a powerful angle to think about some of these questions.
Interesting you mention funding in this context, because things have this dichotomy between funding and like what's being built and the focus of teams. So really in the recent years, ZK technologies and teams that had this expertise were like exponentially funded. Like the amount of VC funding that went into teams that were building ZK just like exploded, right? But if you look into like the amount of teams that are today building privacy-preserving technology, I feel like has been drastically decreased. And I wonder if like we should just completely ditch the VC funding model, or like maybe it feels like perhaps the capital is being currently distributed to like the wrong places, and this is why, even though a lot of things that could be solved today are not rocket science anymore, they're not being solved today.
I want to answer to that because I think it's definitely the money is absolutely wrongly placed. Just look at how many open source projects are underfunded, especially if you think about it. Microsoft now has GitHub and essentially finances a lot of projects there with sponsorships, with GitHub sponsorships. It's actually insane that Microsoft is actually the core force to bring actually money and funds to those projects. Can't we do that with Web3 somehow, or with some technology we develop? It's completely outrageous to me. And a lot of projects that I'm observing, they are out of funds, people are burning out. There's all these XKCD jokes about underfunded projects. We had a few recent incidents where this was actually affecting OpenSSL and so on. It's actually a big problem. It affects technologies and protocols we are all using, which are not Web3 protocols. But this is the problem, in my opinion, and Web3 didn't fix that at all.
Yeah, and I definitely think there's like this imbalance where a lot of the time within the financial space, a lot of like pretty crazy and out there stuff gets funded, and you have these like, like towers of like FHE constructions or whatever. It's like, what if instead of having like 6 towers of FHE constructions, we had 3 towers of FHE constructions and 3 like more equally well-funded alternatives to Graphene OS? Like that would be much better for everyone's privacy, right? So I think if we can figure out how to do more of that. That would be really amazing for us as an ecosystem.
I agree on capital allocation and business models being really critical, and I haven't solved it yet. I'm still wishing I knew how to make public goods get funded, like other people talked about earlier. But the other factor to what Awa said about few makers of privacy left is the OFAC sanctions and Tornado Cash case. I saw more than half of all the privacy projects that I was in touch with just gave up and pivoted to non-privacy. And of the remainder, there's this whole government compliance privacy thing, which Vitalik is partially responsible for, and I hate. But the main thing I want people to hear is that I'm still making government non-compliant privacy, and I'm not in jail, so pay attention and see if I go to jail in the next year, and then hopefully you'll feel more courage.
Well,
wait.
I guess, I'll continue to doing my best to make a non-North Korea government compliant privacy solutions that still avoid backdoors, and we'll see where all these things go in 5 years.
It's an excellent retort.
Yeah, I think both government-compliant privacy solutions and government non-compliant privacy solutions are theoretically impossible. So I don't think anyone going to jail or not going to jail is evidence in this case if what you're worried about is whether the government will arrest you, at least from a sort of what can law do basis. To me, law can say things like you must disclose this information to this party, but I don't think it can meaningfully classify technology. It's like trying to ban the number 3. Good luck.
All right, we have a couple of minutes left. I will open up for questions from the audience. Could you raise your hands if you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. I was curious, I work for Polygon Maiden, which is also a privacy-focused layer 2 solution. And I was very curious about provable compliance. We've been doing some research on that. The fact that now, thanks to ZK, we can prove execution. Imagine you have decentralized exchange, for example, and then you can prove that all the users that use the exchange weren't on a OFAC sanctioned list or something like that. And I think this is something that is extremely interesting. But at the same time, we generate proofs, and these proofs bear data and have a certain amount of value. But they have value only if there's a party that is ready to accept them and verify them, right? So what we need to do is that we need to educate lawmakers to be able to accept these proofs. So, okay, I'm gonna accept that your protocol generates these proofs, and so I can validate, even though I cannot look into it, I can validate that what's happening inside there is acceptable. So I'm curious about your take on provable compliance, and if you see us going forward on that, or if you're advocating for it, or something like that, just because I think it's a very interesting avenue of research. But thank you again, guys.
Provable compliance feels like an umbrella term that probably includes lots of things I like and lots of things I don't like. So it depends on the specific thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can draw some bounds in what's possible and what's sort of not possible here. So if you have state on a blockchain, you previously received funds and you kept the information, someone can write a zero knowledge, proof circuit that will allow you to prove something about that information. It's always going to be possible, even if I don't personally write it or something like this. So I think given that, a question to ask is maybe in discussions with people who are trying to, let's assume they have good intentions, trying to enforce certain laws, how, what specific proofs would they need? How does this look like? And then we need to have the discussion as a society of what balance of revealing what information and to whom, and what balance of making proofs after the fact, ex post, versus some kind of ex ante, you cannot transact with anything on this whitelist. And it's possible to build protocols like privacy pools that effectively do that. And I think we want to have some question, most protocols are possible. In other words, I think mostly this is a social question of where does the fair balance lie? To me, that's a productive conversation, as opposed to the conversation of what technology is legal, what technology is illegal. I think that's sort of not a very productive one.
Can I say something about that? I have a lot of conversations with technologists with like plausible sounding ideas about cryptography and information and architecture and disclosure and all kinds of interesting stuff. And then I've also in the past, not so much in the last year or so, but spent a lot of time talking to law enforcement, regulators, policymakers, policy wonks, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a huge gap. Like the things like the privacy pools protocol that Amin and Vitalik and others came up with is like a couple steps more advanced than the very simplistic thing that the regulators and lawmakers I talked to didn't get yet after several years of trying, okay? Like, I'm telling you, it's really like, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just the people I talk to, but I've had many conversations where they just say, and I don't mean to insult them, I mean, they've got, like, this isn't their full-time job like it is mine, right? But they're just like, why can't you KYC all the users? And that's the conversation for like an hour. And then it's the same conversation the next time, a year later, like, why don't you KYC all the users? And I'm not trying to criticize them, kind of I am, but whatever. My point to you is your cool idea, like startup land and crypto land, moves like 20 times faster than law enforcement land or regulation land or policy land. So your cool idea might be accurate, it might be good, might not, we can all explore it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's 20 years from now before a regulator is going to even understand it and make up their mind whether that's okay or not okay with them. And let me give you one more example real quick. The indictment, so this is not a regulator, it's not a lawmaker, it's not a law, it's the prosecutor who's trying to get a win and trying to explain to a judge why it was okay that they arrested these guys. But the indictment on the Tornado Cash devs included as one of the reasons why they arrested these guys that these guys implemented a compliance tool and it didn't KYC all the users. That's one of the reasons they were arrested.
Actually, I would like to just kind of throw a question out there to the panelists and also to the audience. I really wonder, because here as well is this gap of understanding and knowledge between technologists, people, and people who work in policy and advocacy. And I've been thinking, and I wrote about this as like, is it possible that we are not advancing in this course because the word privacy is a mistake? Is that the issue, that everyone who thinks about privacy, they have a different understanding around this? And actually, if you're an architect in information systems, like privacy is not a computable property, right? Have you thought about this? It's like, maybe it is time that we ditch this word. And maybe this is unnecessarily putting blockers on us coming to an agreement and agreeing like how we advance the frontiers in this decentralized space.
I mean, isn't this why we're like trying to rebrand the meme to like information flow control, right? It's like IFC, it's a meme, it sounds futuristic. It's like the same initial as the District of Dubai, right? So.
You're not supposed to say that part in public.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's hard to answer the question of like, how much do the words we use really change the outcome? I don't think we're ever going to be able to answer that question because we don't get to see the alternative world where we like didn't change the words we used. On balance, personally, I'm much more attached to like the right thing being provided to the users than I am attached to specific terminology. And it seems to me like the word privacy is sort of tarnished in the public eye and often conveys an act of hiding, which is not what's going on in digital systems. What's going on in digital systems is always an act of disclosing information. And these kinds of techniques like zero-knowledge proofs simply give users more precise control, more freedom over what information to disclose. So I'm happy to ditch the word privacy, like if on balance it might help, even if it's not guaranteed that it will be the determining factor.
I kind of agree too, even though I'm wearing this shirt, which I think is awesome, which was invented by my former colleagues at the Electric Coin Company. I think this is a pretty good slogan. But I do agree, because privacy means different things to different people, because it's high emotion level. It gets people worked up on both pro and con sides. And even on the pro side, which I am on, I still like when people get all like emotional and ideological, they're sort of less effective. And I really like instead, just like Chris was saying, I was thinking about what Chris said earlier about if WhatsApp showed that like Mark Zuckerberg was one of the participants in all of your chats, or if Telegram showed that like Vladimir Putin or whoever is one of the participants in all of your chats, that would be effective communication. We wouldn't have to use the word privacy or non-privacy or confidentiality or anonymity or whatever. And that reminded me that good tools, I'm not gonna use the word privacy, but like good user experience is that the model that the user already has is the model that they get, is what that gets implemented. So if you add your friend and your other friend to the chat, then you send a message, and then only those two, and not Mark Zuckerberg and not Vladimir Putin get the message, then you didn't need to explain it. You just gave them what they were expecting in the first place. That's the best UX, and that's my argument that good UX and high security / privacy / whatever we're gonna call it is actually more compatible than incompatible. Does that make sense?
I fully agree with that. All right, that was the end of the panel. Thank you very much for making it here, and
All right. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, you. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're missing Adrian and Amin. right, everyone, if we can settle down, we're gonna start soon. All right, everyone, let's quiet down. We're gonna start the panel soon. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. So now we're gonna start our next panel, building self-sovereign infrastructure and World War III resilient societies. So from the left, we have Zach, Amin, Adrian, Ryan, Ian, and moderating the panel, we have Michelle. So big round of applause, please, for them.
Testing. Thank you all for staying. This is the last panel of the day. All the homework has been done, maybe by other people, not you. This is just the fun panel. So I hope you enjoy it. I was really happy to be allocated this panel because ever since I was a teenager, for some reason, I've been really obsessed about World War II. And so this is a great panel for me. I would like each of the panelists to introduce yourself really briefly, and then we'll get into the fun.
Okay. Yeah, so my name's Ian Myers. I've been working in ZK Snarks and blockchain since before you've heard of ZK Snarks, co-inventor of Zcash, professor at the University of Maryland, and now the lead research scientist at Aleo, which is a privacy-preserving smart contract platform.
Ryan Lackey, I've been at Cypherpunk since the early 1990s, did an offshore data haven in the North Sea, bunch of defense contracting stuff in war zones, started a crypto privacy company using SGX, and then now I work for a crypto insurance company. So.
I'm Adrian. My interest is going to be a lot less exciting. I work in self-sovereign infrastructure with Anoma.
Hello, I'm Amin Soleimani. This says privacy pools. That's one of the things we do. It's a new privacy protocol that allows you to have potentially compliance by proving that you're not the terrorists, criminals, hackers, etc. that potentially use it. And yeah, builds on some of the research Ian did back in the day.
Hey there, I'm Zach. So I'm the CEO of Aztec. We are apparently we're World War III infrastructure, but we're also a privacy preserving layer 2 for Ethereum. Effectively, we're recreating Ethereum-style smart contract ecosystems, but one where you have private state as a first-class primitive. So you can protect user privacy, you can create private identities, private balances, private finance, private whatever you want. Making Web3 private.
Awesome, thank you all. So there are two keywords in the title. One is self-sovereign infrastructure, and one is World War III. I'm going to ignore for now self-sovereign because it's a term that, maybe people outside of tinfoil hat communities don't fully understand or agree on the definition. So we're just going to focus on something everybody will understand, which is World War III, to some extent. Okay, so world building. What does World War III look like? So World War III means global war, not civil war. So there's going to be a lot of surveillance, a lot of neighbor spying, and this is literally the book 1984. It's going to be super illegal to run end-to-end encrypted communications, and there'll also be martial law, and this is, again, to quote from another piece of literary fiction, The Handmaid's Tale. Social trust has been largely eroded, and maybe at some point it'll be a bloody war, but it certainly will more likely start with a remote war. So sabotage of infrastructure systems, cyber attacks, drones and robots, maybe some balloons. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm just going to start with disagreeing.
Oh.
I think World War III is not going to look like necessarily mass surveillance. I think it's going to be the breakdown of social coordination at large scales, mostly because fiber and satellites will most likely go away sort of on the onset. And it's going to be much more on like, can you actually run local communities, and like, can local communities coordinate effectively, right? Like, we shouldn't assume like there's a global one world government in World War III that then surveils everyone. And this actually seems very unlikely. It just seems that Facebook just goes away, and like most tools for global surveillance will go away because like the internet, as we think of it nowadays, with just like 3 servers in Virginia, will mostly disappear, and all of a sudden we'll be like down to home data centers and like actually like local connectivity.
Home data centers.
I'll start with an even spicier take of, you like World War II, let's use the World War II
like
analogy.
it. Just
Okay. But you like studying World War II.
Yeah.
When did World War II start? That is not a clear question. It is not clearly defined. There's an argument that World War III has already started.
Yeah.
And also, during World War II, there were parts of the world that were actually pretty chill. Like, there were countries that were neutral, there were countries that were combatants, but it was actually pretty, honestly, living in the home front in the US during World War II was pretty decent. Living in the home front in Japan or Russia was very, very bad. So it depends on where you were, and I don't think there's any reason why World War III will be a universal government, global horror for everybody at the same level all the time. So we're much more likely to have a world where things are different, and arguably that's already started.
Right, and I think to echo your point of when did World War II start, so if you sit in like the US, I'm a professor and live in the University in Washington, DC, the term that people say around there is great power competition. So it's before you get to actual war, you have different countries going after each other. And as much as this may be alien to this audience, and I should point out that like I've done the completely rogue Zcash style stuff, it is useful to be able to talk to governments in the language of, look, now you have to worry about other governments doing things to you. You know that whole surveillance state you built that you thought it was no one but us? Well, guess what? Now it works against you. And so it's a very useful narrative to explaining why you want these techniques so that we have them out and working in the event that you actually end up with.
This is why you want privacy for national defense. Like, this should be the biggest pitch on like why privacy matters. It's privacy for national defense in a power competition.
All
So
right,
it's really
we'll do the
sovereignty more than anything else.
We'll do the privacy shilling later. Okay, so now that we've talked about world building, let's talk about like what does World War III resilient tech mean? I'm going to start with my quick definition and then ask for input. So my quick definition is, you yourself cannot be singled out for attack or retribution because you can do 3 things privately: communicate, organize, and transact. So that's exchanging things or store value. Please add.
I mean, I would agree with that definition. It's rather severe in that, I mean, that's generally how I aim to build privacy-preserving transaction protocols today, hopefully without assuming we're still in a time of peace. But those are the fundamental, like, what makes us human is who are you, what have you done, what do you want to do, and what do you own? I think those are basically the 4, like, if you understand those 4 ingredients of somebody, you've got a pretty good idea on their character and who they are. And so, yeah, like the whole who are you, identity, being able to coordinate with other people, selectively reveal who you are without broadcasting that to the world. And what do you want to do? That's all about governance, coordination, being able to do that privately. And then when it comes to ownership and like the things you want to achieve, a lot of that can be defined through the lens of transacting with value-carrying assets. So yeah, a lot of words to say, yeah, I agree.
Cool.
I think there's like 2, maybe 3 interesting stories from World War II that could help set the stage for this conversation. One is about how the Netherlands had really great KYC, and the Nazis were thrilled to discover this when they took over the Netherlands, because then they were able to hunt down and arrest all the Jews very quickly and efficiently. As a result of their great KYC system that they never thought would be abused or fall into the wrong
What
hands.
is this KYC system? Can you say more?
KYC is Know Your Customer. They had ledgers of addresses and
They just had big databases.
Yeah, and religious affiliation in there as well. And so that allowed the Nazis to and the Netherlands actually had the worst rate of Jewish atrocities in World War II, I think, as any of the countries that Germany took over. So the lesson there is design your systems to be resilient against not only external actors, but even potentially yourself, because you don't know if you're going to be the good guy defending it in the future. Yeah, and the other thing is where cryptography came from. In my view, the MVP, most valuable player of World War II, is Alan Turing, who cracked the Nazi encryption by outcomputing them by inventing a computer. Gay man in England just put the whole team on his back. And what the Allies had to do in order to preserve the information from the Nazis that they did in fact have the ability to break their codes was let their own ships sink. So that the Nazis wouldn't figure out that they had cracked these codes. And then that's what allowed them to see what the Nazis were saying about D-Day, and then eventually have, coordinate D-Day and then win the war in World War II. And that's what led to cryptography itself being labeled as a munition in America, which led to, really silly outcomes down the road once people got personal computers and started playing around with cryptography. Is you have a computer science professor teaching a class about algorithms, and one of the algorithms is an encryption algorithm, and he has a foreign exchange student in his class, and then he gets arrested for exporting munitions. And then this is sort of what started the crypto wars of the 70s, 80s, round one, for allowing personal encryption to be legal.
So having the tech
first
is also
example-
dangerous.
On the first example, so Switzerland historically did the right thing. They did not have gun registers because for kind of similar reasons. But if your entire defense is based on a militia system with everyone owning guns, it's a bad idea if there's a central place where you can find all the guns, right? Sadly, the EU forced them into at least putting in a pro forma gun register now to be sort of compliant with the highest gun ownership rate in.
Wait. You just hit my one pet peeve for all of this, because you segued from cryptography and the crypto wars to Switzerland.
No.
Does everyone know what crypto AG was? You should Google it, just because that's hilarious. Not germane, but keep going.
Yeah. No, that was it.
Okay.
On why you shouldn't keep central registers, and some countries tend to think about these problems more so than the Dutch, apparently.
Well, I remember last year I gave a talk, and part of it was about how we got really excited about big filing systems. It was the technology that would rule the world and commerce. So I think we're at that path-dependent point where now we have technology to help us build stacks of file cabinets that go to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a relevant problem. There was a hack in the US 5 years ago now. It was an Experian credit reporting database. And it turned out to be sort of brilliant from the point of view of the people who did it. Intelligence service hacked that, got a US security clearance database. And then you have the intersection of people with access to sensitive data and debt, right? And so this sort of systems are a problem. And again, you can coach these kind of privacy things as issues that governments care about.
Wait, sorry. So we wanted to talk about World War III resilient tech.
Yeah.
So basically we're saying what's not resilient is centralized databases.
These are still relevant examples even now.
So scale matters, I think, to a large extent. Something will always be centralized at some level of scale, right? And we're never going to get to everyone is going to run everything themselves, because at that point you're losing the ability to fundamentally coordinate. I think it becomes more the question is it a good idea that there's a central government database in the US that contains everyone's information? That seems like the wrong kind of scale to aggregate this kind of data, whereas a local community, local city, 30,000 people, that may make a lot of sense to aggregate data here, because you want to allow lots of interactivity at that kind of scale, right? So I think it's not about we shouldn't have any data. It's more at what kind of scales do we collect data, and how can you sort of go across these scales because they all live in the same system, for example.
Well, the bigger issue is maintaining data for long periods of time. If you have it, because if you're a bar or something that's checking to see if somebody's over 18 or 21 to come in, that's maybe look at the ID, don't retain any data. What they do now in a lot of places in the US is they run it through a machine that scans the ID, builds it into a marketing database so they can then do marketing with it, and then retains a list of all the people
I've
that have
never been scanned at a... Do they do that now?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think that's another. I mean, it's an example of a pervasive point in our society where like the selling point of scale, right, is efficiency, and selling point of centralization. You know, you can just do things much more effectively instead of having to trust, you know, like your local municipality run by, you know, bureaucrats who can barely turn a computer on to have to manage the servers and technology stacks. You know, you just have one centralized entity that handles it all. Great, but then, you know, there's just horrifically perverse incentives because you have to trust the entity that's holding all your data to act with some kind, like, according to your interests. And why will they do that if they can profit from not doing that? Like, for example, selling your information onto marketing agencies. And so, I think this sits out like this. This is it's an effect that we're all widely aware of. Right? No one, everyone's aware of data monetization. No one likes it. But I think that it's often not discussed very, very openly when talking about this trade-off space between decentralization and scalability, where the more decentralized things are, the harder it is for unaligned actors to use data against the interests of the user, whether that is, you know, a marketing company today or if it's some totalitarian state desiring legibility over its citizens in World War III.
So since I work in crypto insurance, I see a lot of the cyber insurance world. And the cyber insurance world, it has a lot of serious problems. It was created about 20 years ago, and some people thought it was going to fix the industry. It turned out it kind of hasn't, and it's made some things worse. The issue there is there's no real liability if you're Equifax and you get hacked and everybody gets your data. Their penalty was some small fines and then credit monitoring services for people. That's completely useless. So unless there's real liability for people, like if you crash a plane that has a bunch of passengers on it, you're going to face financial liability as well as consumer won't fly on that aircraft and things like that. So there's real liability there. You can then build insurance against it. You can then build policies, regulations, everything else around it. As long as we've capped the liability of these things at some de minimis level of, like, I think in bulk it's like less than $1 for credit monitoring service for people. There's no ability to prevent that kind of thing from happening. People need to think of having this data around as like toxic waste and a liability and not want to collect it in the first place and be actively pushing back against regulations that require them to collect it. Because the other problem here is we have some organizations that collect data just because they want to use it maybe for future marketing stuff. Other organizations, because of KYC, AML, everything else, are required to collect it. If you're buying some random NFT from a website, you don't really have much exposure to risk there, but if they're required to KYC you in order to do that transaction, then they have your KYC data, which is actually valuable to you, and some random NFT website is probably not going to take care of it to the same degree that you would like it to be taken care of.
And interesting enough, I think the random NFT website does not want that data.
Yeah.
It's like who the fuck wants, I think no bank in the world wants to do KYC. It is like the single most toxic process possible.
So I think this is talking around, there are two reasons why data gets collected. One is people who want to monetize it, but the other one is because if everything's transparent, the only way you can get trust is to take the data. And one of the interesting advantages of programmable privacy combined with the blockchain is the hope that you can keep some of your data either yourself or at a local thing, and then program statements about it. And you can start to get away from positions where you have to collect everything as a functional reality, right? There's a second point of how you get the rules and regulations to follow to it. But right now you need those abilities first.
Okay, I would like to bring us back to World War III. Did you want to?
Just one tiny thing. I completely agree with what you're saying. And I think one of the really powerful things about the technology that's being developed in this space is that, you know, I was talking previously about like this trade-off between decentralization and scalability. And what you're talking about is like, we're not trying to move the needle there, really. What we're trying to do is just use technology to mean that you don't have to sacrifice so much to centralization in order to scale products and services to provide the same conveniences we expect in our daily lives.
All right, cool. Like I said, I'm obsessed about World War II, so I would like to come back to World War III. Okay, so a little bit more concretely, narrative role play. Let's brainstorm some of the tools we actually need, not the tools that don't work. Okay, so a few of us, live in a city. So Amin's the hairdresser, and Adrian's the fashion maker, and then the rest of us were just normal people. So what do we need to communicate, organize, and transact. And like, when you talk about these things, you always need to think about threat models. So let's say the threat model is one or all of these. We can't trust our ISP. We can't trust our hardware. Encryption is illegal if the government doesn't have a backdoor. Strangers and drones may have access temporarily to our devices. We're not sure if the enemy has, or whoever our enemy
so
is.
we're in occupied territory. I just want to understand the setup, right? Like,
so the way I was thinking about it is it can be pre or post. Because, for example, in a world like 1984, all of that happened within their own country. It was just kind of this paranoia around who's helping the enemy or who's not bought in enough, so that everybody's swimming in the same direction. So I think it can be on both
sounds like you're
sides.
describing like Iran today.
Sadly.
You don't need to look that far.
Sadly,
the apps on their phone are backdoored, but like their food app and their transport app is like controlled by the spy agencies, so they know what other apps you have on your phone.
Yeah.
All of the internet communications messaging is monitored. Everybody has to use a VPN. The VPN is basically whack-a-mole. You have to use a new endpoint, or sometimes they cut off the whole internet. If you protest without a hijab, they'll zero your bank account if they feel like it. All of those things are supply. It feels more like a civil war thing, though.
Yeah.
This is. I think these are sort of. To me, the distinction becomes very quickly like: do you trust your local governance system, or is it more like a civil war scenario where it's you against the government? Because I think when I think about sort of World War III, you want to be resilient for not against like your own local government, if you still trust your local government. And like, I'm saying this from a perspective of, I really fundamentally trust the Zug government. I love Switzerland. So like...
I think for the sake of just clarity, let's just assume it's global and local government is still on your side, but they may still spy on you.
Yeah, let's roll with this because, it's an interesting thought experiment. Particularly, if you can't trust your hardware, I do think you're kind of turbo, pardon my French, you're turbo fucked.
Yeah.
Because if you can't sign digital signatures without leaking your private key, I don't really think any of the technologies we're developing are going to be that useful.
So I would say you need to be indistinguishable from other people. Like, assume they have finite resources to go after you. They're not universally able to go after every single person putting a FSB agent sitting next to you the whole time. So you just need to not distinguish yourself from other people that are... You don't need to run faster than the bear. You need to run faster than the friend that you don't really like too much that's also running from the bear. So as long as your activity doesn't draw enough attention, you're probably okay. If you have a bunch of machines, let's say you've got a Mac, an iPhone, an Android device, and a gaming console or something, you could probably construct some system where you don't trust any one of them all that much, but collectively they were probably not all hacked all at the same time, and also where they're stateless, so they're running some binary and you're inputting a memory key so that you're not leaving state on the machine. So there's probably ways you could build a reasonable system that isn't completely doomed 100%, but you would be accepting risk. But it's a war, you're accepting risk. And also, it also depends on your threat model. If you're living in an occupied territory or in a war zone, or you don't trust your local government and you're going to the local hairdresser and things like that, they probably don't care about that. So a lot of transactions don't matter. So you don't necessarily need to be 100% opaque from all things they're monitoring. You just need to be not really super attractive.
Yeah. There's this particular problem amongst technologists, and I was guilty of this earlier in my career, where we think of it's either binary, either you're fine or it's 1984 and everything you're doing is screwed. But actually, it's more of an outrunning the bear. Even with places like Iran, where there's serious technical resources, it's not like every single person is completely surveilled. It's, you need to not stick out. You need to be careful which apps you use. And so, for example, you can use Signal to a degree. You might be more worried about somebody in your Signal group being an informant. Right, it might be more important rather than worry about malware on your phone to worry about some degree of pseudo-anonymity inside groups and how do you authenticate who you're working with, right? These are all kinds of classic things. People go how do you run every system self, for example.
The other thing, I think in terms of pure technological stuff, you'd want to rely somewhat on shortwave radio.
Shortwave radio.
Yeah, encrypted shortwave radio, just because you can do information distribution where you can pinpoint the sender, but it's it's a receive all kind of thing where you cannot pinpoint who's actually receiving the comms. And the other thing is it's super low tech. Like this does not require like tons of like technical expertise. Radios like used to be everywhere. Like you want to be falling back to like more resilient forms of communication that are harder to track.
So we're at a crypto conference. So let's throw out words like RPC nodes, IPFS for news, or ENS for our collaboration website or something. Can we talk about some of those?
Done. How do you guys feel about putting the nuclear codes on the blockchain? You know, like put it up to a DAO vote, like we all flip a...
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. But in general, I think the idea of using broadcast mechanisms to coordinate, it makes a lot of sense. All of those systems are built on top of inherently like peer-to-peer or client-server kind of things that would be traceable. If you were to build something that was a message pool, sort of like, I don't know, the old remailers on Usenet or things like that, or radio or any sort of system. Also, in the World War II analogy, you do have states that were neutral, that were safe places to meet and do transactions. In the World War III world, Switzerland probably is going to be okay. If I were stuck if I had to pick a priori, a country that would be okay, Switzerland would be pretty high on the list of countries, not guaranteed. So if I had infrastructure that was in Switzerland and I could then communicate with it through broadcast and it could do all sorts of trustworthy local stuff and then communicate back to me, that would be great.
Yeah, but
so on the broadcasting, like why radio waves are actually great is also because jamming them jamming is obvious. In the sense like you can tap fiber and this is like a non-obvious behavior, or you can block fiber connection or like direct like the internet connections. It is very obvious to the rest of the sort of society if you jam broadly the radio spectrum.
I have an idiot question. Can you do blockchain transactions on radio waves?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
Explain.
Wi-Fi is radio waves.
I mean, like
packet radio, GPRS.
FM radio, AM radio is just like a different spectrum on the radio spectrum.
But there's a larger problem with
we
all
had,
of
like, we had, at some point, there was an interesting idea in the early proof of stake days on, so like how do you detect forks in proof of stake blockchains if you're in an environment where they censor the internet. And so one idea was you can do like Skywave AM broadcasts of block hashes. So at least you can detect if your local validator is on a fork. I mean, it's a fun concept. If you ever want to build it, it's cool.
That's incredible.
But
it's also a blockchain satellite right now, like a Bitcoin satellite. So
That's Bitcoin satellite. Can you
There's
say more
a
about that?
problem with all of this, though, which is if you're in this scenario where the government's coming after you or foreign government's coming after you, what you said, you have to not stand out. If you're the only person using this tech, or it's just you and your privacy nerds on this island, doesn't matter. Your anonymity set is, slightly better than Monero Ring CT, but not very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point. But let's kind of like I'd like to run with that and just see what you could get with the kind of technology we're building. So I'm going to just shill Aztec for a little bit, or at least the technology behind it. Where with a network like Aztec, because of like the massive leaps and bounds that have happened in ZK over the last few years, if you send an Aztec transaction, you have a zero-knowledge proof of correctness and a bunch of encrypted state transitions. And that's basically it. Or at least you can construct it so that's all that you do. So you're saying, I'm not going to tell you who I am or what I'm transacting or what smart contract I'm calling, but I can prove to you that the smart contracts I'm calling do exist and I'm following their rules, and here are the state updates that come from that. And so, obviously, if someone can see that transaction coming out of your IP address, you've got a problem. If you're using sneaky subversive chain on your island and no one else is using sneaky subversive chain, maybe with mixed nets, things like that, or using encrypted proxies. If you can get your transaction to some aligned person in a neutral country, maybe that could be plausible. But the network level privacy, I think, is a lot harder than the blockchain level privacy, because once your transaction has actually reached that blockchain network, you can't extract anything useful or interesting out of it if you're spying on the user.
I mean, knowing there's all the secret stuff like Chainalysis does, where they look at which node gets transactions first and things like that, and have a global, I guess this isn't all that secret. They maintain databases of all of which nodes get stuff first and traces and everything else, and use that to approximately geolocate people and also look at versioning on clients. So there's a whole lot of stuff that you can do that sort of breaks that nice abstraction of it's a blockchain. But I generally agree, a network level anonymity is a much harder problem.
Is NIM a solution for this?
It is a network transport layer, but if you were the only user using NIM, that stands out even more than using Bitcoin. So
And I think like this is more the civil war where you have to like protect, like, or you're trying to like overthrow your local government. It's like, I think as soon as you're in this position, transacting on any privacy preserving system is just going to become very risky because probably most people around you won't do it. Right, like this requires large-scale adoption. So that like sort of all finance currently runs on sort of like a privacy-preserving blockchain. Because if you're like the only 3 people in town that keep sending money on this privacy-preserving thing, it's not going to be that difficult to figure out. That maybe we should figure out look specifically at these 3 dudes and see what they're up to.
If you change the parameters of the thought experiment, though, I think you can get something interesting, right? Because imagine like this network is widely used, but maybe by an adversary state, or maybe by like some other entity, some polity that you're not a part of. So there are lots of transactions. There's traffic on this network. Then like the mere problem is basically getting your transaction to their network without people seeing it came from you. Where, you know, possibly, depending if the transaction is particularly high value, if you're trying to do some, you know, some shenanigans, if you're in an occupied territory, you know, you could just use basic, fall back to this basic human element, right? You know, you put your transaction on a memory stick and you get a human runner, a courier to get it over into the territory where this network is commonly used and then send your transaction.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need 2 things. One, you need legitimate people legitimately using it. And then 2, the thing needs to actually be decentralized. All of this is moot if it's a roll-up one on run server and that gets extra data or gets taken down, right? So these are also problems, or you can exclude transactions from it.
I mean,
I would also say, like, I'm very skeptical on the thought experiment that there's a global consensus that's being formed. Like in an actual hot World War III scenario, there's not going to be a global consensus between like a bunch of nodes in China and a bunch of nodes in Europe and a bunch of nodes in North America, right? So like, I think we'll have to like be very specific on like what specific network are you interacting with, because they're not going to be these global systems anymore.
yeah, in the World War III scenario, you would presumably be an American living in an area controlled by China, and you would then be talking to the American network. The American network would be very happy with you, and you just need to somehow get connected to it. And the same thing would apply to China, the same thing would apply to Russia. So you would have some islands that are trustworthy. Also, if you look at how organizations in denied areas or non-permissive environments work today, it's not usually individuals, it's a group of people. So you have somebody, you have your operational people, and then you have other people that are like the local barber, the local whatever, who are tolerated by the local people because they do some local stuff, and they happen to also work with resistance groups and can funnel transactions in and out of their normal flow. So it's not as if your high target people are going to be the ones doing all the transactions. In most of these.
Speaking of the local barber, I mean, is this a good time to share some of the things you've been doing, the tool that you've been...
Yeah, sure. So this is a conversation relevant to probably both the projects I've been recently working on. One is the privacy pool stuff, which is about, you know, compliance or, you know, when you're at war, you don't want your enemies to necessarily be depositing their funds in your systems or withdrawing funds from your systems or, you know, getting privacy from your citizens or giving privacy to your citizens. And so you might want to figure out ways of identifying their money. And then, so the Privacy Pools project is about, you know, building lists based on monitoring on the blockchain, people's transaction patterns. Like, for example, if you deposit into the privacy pools and then you turn around and send all your money to Hamas, they'll probably not add you or then go on and remove you. That's something that, for example, Israel would be interested in. Or if you're in Ukraine, you don't want to necessarily have the Russians, you know, trying to deposit into your systems. So I think when it comes to war, being able to exclude people from your community becomes more important as a goal. That's not something we're used to, right? We like the word permissionlessness. We like the word, you know, decentralized. But if we're talking about self-sovereignty, I would make the argument that Freedom of association implies freedom of dissociation, which means if you force me to associate with some of the people in order to get privacy or access to the financial system, then maybe that's not what I want. Maybe I also want to be able to have my community, and within my community, have the sovereignty to say I don't want to, transact alongside some other people that are potentially using the system. The second thing that it's relevant to is I was in Ukraine last week, met up with some very talented developers from Rarimo who built this thing called Freedom Tool to troll the Russian government by helping the Russian opposition hold like parallel elections, which is pretty funny. They say Putin's illegitimate, and the way it works is it uses passport scanning. So you scan the passport, and then it verifies that there's a valid signature on the passport, basically hijacks.
Just to be clear, RFID scanning, not like photo scanning, right?
Photo scans your passport, and then an NFC chip.
No, it's the signed. It's the signed NFT data in the.
Yeah.
It's when you tap your passport to your phone, right? And it signs it.
It also
that
looks
then
at
an NFC
scans.
signature.
We'll come back to this. But anyway, long story short, you're not actually revealing any of your passport data because it's able to generate the zero-knowledge proof of who you are and where you're from, where your passport's from, and that it's a valid passport and that you're above 18 and so forth without revealing any of your data, which is pretty cool, pretty novel. It also happened to work for Iranian passports. And so we decided to use it, made a thing called Iranians Vote. We held our own little, parallel election where Iranians could vote no confidence in the Islamic Republic or its recent election, which was last week. And
Were the numbers 100% in both cases?
where the what?
Like, the parallel.
Oh, yeah. Well, we only allowed you to vote one way. So it wasn't like
one of those elections.
It was more of like a protest, than an election. But it proved how zero knowledge proofs work to a lot of people. A lot of Iranians who come up to us afterwards. They're like, "What are you doing with our data?" We're like, "It's not leaving the device." But like, "Where are you uploading it?" We're not uploading it. It takes some time to educate people about that. You can just get access to voting with the proof, and you're not actually revealing any of the data. But for example, let's say one of the Iranian developers we talked to got excited about this. He's like, "We want to build a version on top of this. We want to make some way of getting information from Iranians. Let's call it a survey app, and then we can pay people to do the surveys." But then we're like, wait, how do we not get trolled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps because they're going to try and like spam the system with like their names? So they're like, all right, well, first of all, we could actually censor people at the level of their passport name. So we could go to the OFAC list and then be like, here are the list of names we want to exclude. And then you can, in the zero knowledge proof, be like, here's a proof that I have a valid passport and I am none of these names. And you can do that too. And, if your name happens to be Ali Khamenei, sorry, it's not going to work. But for everybody else, it'll probably work out. And so something like that, where we generate better and better lists of the people that we're trying to exclude, will probably be even more useful.
Super relevant. Thanks, Barbara. Ian, would you like to tell us a little bit more about like this idea of identity, ZK identities?
Right. So this is an idea of doing ZK identities dating back at least to some papers we wrote in 2014, right before Zcash. Where you can do anonymous credentials on a blockchain. You have a credential and you prove something about it. And so last year, my research group at Maryland wrote this paper that did exactly the same passport trick, where you can take a passport, scan it, put it on a blockchain, commitment to it, nobody else can see it. And then you can later prove things about who you are, that you're over 18, that you're over 21, or more complicated things about how long you've had the account, or potentially what your reputation is. And so the really interesting bit about this is once you have programmable privacy platforms like Aleo or Aztec, you can write prototypes of this very quickly. So Aleo went and built ZPass, which is a system that does this. And this means you can do custom ideas that you have without having to employ 3 or 4 PhDs who are sort of persnickety and kind of have arguments of what they want to use and what kind of curves. No, you can just go use like Leo or Noir or something and write whatever you want with these kind of identity things. And I think this is important because the applications aren't going to come from the people doing the research. They aren't going to come from the people building the platforms. They're going to come from people who decide, like, say, they want to troll the Iranian Islamic Republican Guard Corps, or whatever it is.
Speaking of World War III, could you do a survey of what bridges and aircraft and things like that look in an area attested by people who are shown from the area and then blacklisted or not?
I suppose you could. This is being live streamed. I don't know if I really want to comment. I'm not sure whose bridges you're talking about. If it's like bridges into Crimea, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, you wouldn't be able to tell. You'd be able to tell. Yeah, they're local. You wouldn't be able to tell if they're actually on your side.
But you'd be able to blacklist people if they reported bad.
If you could figure it out.
So this is a very good point, because the passports are not going to be enough. You really going to have to start programming like reputation systems where you bootstrap something off of whatever it is that's Sybil resistant.
Yeah, but
it's not enough, right? In particular, like one of the problems is the government can print passports. And so that's precisely why you get this funny sounding thing that's legitimate of like you can only vote one way, because the yes votes are definitely going to be the government. So
Like-
it's just how many no votes are there?
Yeah.
I think especially with identity, I think passports are a very good bootstrapping mechanism.
But they're not enough.
But they're not enough, right? Because like when you think about passports are like this weird abstraction that sort of after World War I we invented out of nowhere. And they don't actually represent like identity really well. What represents identity way better is you actually social graph in your local community. Like my grandparents' friends are probably better at testing to like me as a human than any passport ever can, right? Because they sort of saw the development from like 0 to 6 or something like this, right? So like I think, but I agree, like decentralized identity is very difficult, but passports are going to be the thing to bootstrap, and I think we can just like do smart things where like if all of a sudden we see 1 billion American passports, we can probably figure out that not all of them are real.
Yeah,
This is also kind of the airdrop problem.
Yeah, it's exactly the airdrop problem. You can use things like transaction volume. If a history of transacting with legitimate parties that don't do wash trading, so this is kind of hard, you can start getting other indications that someone is not a Sybil. You can do things like you have an email history or a posting history. And because it's all CK, you're not revealing all of this to the blockchain. So things like that you can play with. And that's the thing you do on Aztec or Aleo or Polygon Maiden, whoever was showing themselves in the Q&A earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like the passports are the literal tip of the iceberg. They're the first step, right? Where like we finally got these programmable ZK environments, and then we're like, wow, hey, passports, they're easy to do. Let's do those. But like this more kind of this concept of a more holistic identity is something that I'm extremely excited about, because it goes far beyond passports. Like anything to start with. The low-hanging fruit is anything with a chip that you can NFC scan. So, you have passports, you have driving licenses, you have e-identities, you have bank cards, right? If you can prove you've got a bank card if you have a bank account in a certain country, like that is some kind of attestation. And then you have things that you can use ZK to create a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, where you have things like TLS Notary. I wish we had more than TLS Notary, but TLS is a shitty protocol, wasn't feature-proofed. But where you can do things like prove, I have a Twitter account, I have a Google account, I have over 100 followers. I've had this account since 2012. I have a UK bank account, I have a UK passport. Okay, you've got some pretty strong confidence. I am a person and not a bot. And this kind of like, I reckon what's going to happen is you're going to have these kind of holistic identity solutions where you, just like you have a credit score, you can have an identity score where like the more like attestations and proofs you can get about who you are, the stronger, the more confidence the network will have that they're dealing with a human being and not a Sybil or a bot.
I'd like to actually talk about something that's adjacent to this, provable, like I am a human idea. So we're talking about one passport. We each only have one. I mean, you could have from multiple countries. From each country, you only have one passport. The thing that I've been thinking about a bit has been multiple identities, which gives you plausible deniability. And it constantly pains me that on Signal and all of their apps, you basically can only sign on to one account. Whereas, apps like Notion and Slack, you use this concept of, for my work one or my project one, I have one login and then other logins for my, other facets of my life. I wonder in your own products and companies, how do you think about this to give people the ability to present themselves differently to different circles?
So I think the general point is you can have an identity and a score and a history of what you do, but you can present as many different pseudonyms and accounts as you want. And this is important because the typical reason why it's hard to have accounts on the current internet is because you need what's called Sybil resistance to protect from bots and stuff. So you have to prove you possess a phone number or an email address, and these are all linkable. But if you have one identity and some way of attesting, I have this reputation, I'm not going to tell you who I am or what it is, you can make as many different personas as you want, and they're completely unlinkable. And so that is where this whole space should be going.
on top of that, like, you can also do that whilst preserving Sybil resistance, right? Because I can have 2 accounts, right? I can have like one identity that's linked to 2 accounts. So I could be Zach and I could be DGenTrader1234. But you can still validate, like you can still have applications and protocols on these networks that can validate if Zach has interacted, then DJ1234 can't interact, like on a vote or something like that. If that capability is decided, it can be absolutely programmed in. Yeah, I agree completely.
I'm always terrified of everyone that keeps telling me about like a single identity system. I think what you always want is the ability to completely start from scratch and like have the ability to sort of like to switch to a competing system. I think this is very important. Like there should not be a single global identity standard because this sounds to me terrifying. Because even the most globally decentralized thing is a single centralized failure point in my view. And so you want to have the ability to be able to go, fine, I'm currently on this system and like let me completely start from scratch with a new identity.
So this is a very good point. And actually it's worse than it's a single point of failure. You can get cryptography correct, you can do formal verification. If you put all your eggs in one basket, it's not good, but you can get around it. The bigger thing is the rules can change, right? You can have a privacy preserving system. A lot of people are now talking about identity in the browser, right? And you have a privacy-preserving way to prove you're over 18 because some states in the US are starting to ban access to adult content, for example. And then the rules can change, say, oh, you have that privacy thing, but now that you have your credential in there, we're gonna turn off the privacy. And then you've got a problem. And so this is one of these things where techno-optimism and just building a solution, even the ones that Zach and I have been describing, isn't enough. And you need to be very, very careful about that.
Techno-pessimism. Build many different ways to escape the system.
All right, so speaking of pessimism, I want to move on to maybe our last topic of the day, which is we've tried all of these things before. Ryan has been, cypherpunk since the 90s. And, it's like cycles of, we're going to have distributed systems. Everybody's going to run their own servers. Hasn't happened and isn't likely to happen. So my question is, why have we failed, and what do we need to do differently this time?
I don't think we failed. I mean, I think there have been clear cycles. The current cycle we're in is probably coming to an end. Like the current cycle is like this Pax Americana cycle, right? Where we're all very happy to checkpoint into global US security. Most of our financial, most of our internet infrastructure is built around this idea. Like none of these systems are designed to like survive in a multipolar world order. And I think, except the internet, actually, the internet may be okay, like local network connectivity may be okay, but like, I think this is why we're currently in the cycle and like we were at the peak where everyone is like, well, we all use these centralized systems, no one runs their own software anymore, no one runs their own hardware anymore, but this is because we reached the peak of the Pax Americana cycle, and now as we're heading sort of into the next cycle where the world is going to become more unstable, it's probably going to revert back to the mean on like, people are going to start running their own infrastructure again. And I think they'll have to.
I think we're probably not going to see end users running their own stuff directly in almost all cases. We might in very exceptional cases, but we are going to see federated systems as opposed to centralized systems. So I would say a better example is probably like Mastodon versus X or Twitter or something like that. Hasn't been super successful, but systems like that are designed for just federation from day one. If you were to have something like Signal and a federated version of Signal, like forget the name of the other one, but Simplex, yeah. There are a bunch of these applications now that are federated. They just you give up a lot in order to be federated versus centralized, and people are unwilling to give that up if they don't have to, but they may have to.
And to be clear, I'm never saying that I think individuals are going to run. Like every individual, my parents are not going to run their own home data center, right? It's more like, if you're in this room, you're probably in charge for your local community to maintain network connectivity. Like, you are going to have to run the local data center for your community, right? Like this is more, it's not that every individual has to do this, it's more like you have to have someone in your local trust graph that provides this kind of like technological services rather than relying on the like 3 centralized servers somewhere across the ocean.
I'm skeptical that's going to happen unless World War III starts, to be honest. I mean, because the problem is always there's so much inertia to those kinds of localized systems. I hope you're right, but...
No, I hope I'm wrong, but this implies World War III.
Can I say two points, hopefully briefly? One of them is that, yeah, like, did we fail? I mean, I'm guilty of this. Like, when I'm giving talks, I like to say, the original cypherpunk ambition failed. it's more complicated than that. I think certainly the original aspirations. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the original aspirations weren't really achieved, right? Like the web got corrupted quite quickly to these like hyper-centralized content providers and social media companies. But also, if you think about the way the world is now versus where it was before the internet, it is a much more liberated place where individuals have a lot more agency. And I think the perfect example of this is the rise of right-wing populism and Donald Trump. Right? Like, why was there such a groundswell of support for those kinds of populist candidates, and the kind of the backlash from, I would say, like almost like an intellectual backlash, right, from maybe more educated people? It's because what happened was an enormous number of people started to participate in political systems that previously didn't have a voice. People who, via communicating on social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, people were being able to share ideas and like create like mimetic narratives, where before these kinds of people just wouldn't be part of the conversation because they weren't let in with more established traditional media. And this might be contrarian. I think that's a good thing. I think this, hopefully, I mean, I'm not American, so this is your problem, it's not my problem. But this is a growing pain. This is a growing pain of opening up political participation to an enormous swath of people that were previously excluded. And that was because of the internet and the Web 1 revolution. So it partially succeeded.
Don't think that was the cypherpunk ethos, right? I don't think it wasn't Mastodon that did that, it was Twitter, it was the internet. So you said like what went wrong. I think the largest thing we've seen, particularly for privacy-preserving tech in cryptocurrency, but more largely, is it's been a bit of an echo chamber. You've had a huge amount of sort of ego and martyrdom sort of people running it, and no OODA loop. Nobody will react and look at what they actually need to get it done, think about what they did wrong, and change it, right? And that makes sense if you think about what it takes to launch one of these things and get it up and running, because it's scary as hell, and you're running legitimate risks of going to jail. But you need to be able to adapt and figure out when, we tried this, we're not getting market traction, we're not getting adoption, we're not getting users, we need to add something.
The main issue is it's very difficult to build anything because there isn't a model where somebody builds one layer of the stack and it works really well, there's a great abstraction, then people can build stuff on top of it. You end up, in a lot of cases, reinventing everything every single time, or large sections of the stack. So the minimum size for doing something is very large compared to building any other kind of application. So it's much harder to innovate.
I'd like trying to solve that.
I want to talk about America for a second. First of all, you would all be better off if Pax Americana was continuing going. Like, you should pray to get annexed by America. Forget NATO. That's just the beginning. Second of all, America, and I say this while one of my friends is facing prison. He will go on trial on September 23rd, Roman Storm, who helped, was one of the developers of Tornado Cash. We have the Samurai Wallet cases now. America certainly is getting things wrong. And the history of the cypherpunk movement and cryptography in America actually still gives me hope that America will eventually get things right. Right. So before, I told the story about Alan Turing and how there was a professor and how he taught cryptography in class and he was arrested for exporting munitions. But the way the story ends is cryptography is mandated by the government on all government websites, for example. Right. Before they tried to ban it, and now they mandate it. And I'm hoping that private money goes the same way for the reasons that Adrian brings up. It's a defense thing, right? Who on earth would think it's reasonable to send everybody's financial information in plain text on the internet? But that's what we're doing. Every router, every ISP, everywhere, every hop along the way gets all of that information. And the government tried to mandate their Clipper chip, this backdoored system of encryption that only they could use, and hackers broke it in a week. And after they broke it, the government basically gave up and said, fine, you win. We'll give people access to encryption and let them, and mandate it even for our own sites. And so, while it does look like we're getting things wrong right now, which we are, I'm hoping that in the future, the government goes and says, you know what, this private money stuff is really important. Our banks keep getting hacked by China. We don't want everybody's personal
Another
financial
challenge,
information
though,
to
is
be
the IRS.
leaked.
It's not just security, it's the IRS, right? And
The four horsemen of the apocalypse: taxes, child porn, terrorism, and money.
What's the IRS?
okay, we have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Do we have time for many questions? All right. Yeah. want to?
I have a quite practical one. So, by different estimates of intelligence agencies in Europe, NATO gonna encounter physical warfare with Russia, and US is estimating something like 2029 with China. So, what would be your personal one tool that you would use if you happen to be in this scenario in less than 6 years? Wow. And why?
Good question.
More than any software tool, having a network of people that you trust and work with and are friends with that you can rely on.
Your local community is all that matters. Like the people that live next to you are your biggest help or your biggest threat. Like if you live in New York, I probably wouldn't bet on that, your local community coming through. Like if you live in a small town where you've lived for the last 15 years, you're probably in a much better space.
As the local barber, I think I would try to find figure out who Ryan's friends are and hang out with them probably as our local warlord.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if there's a hot war, I think everyone's needs become much more closer to home. You know, it's not really about technology at that point, in my view.
I think that's roughly right. I will say, depending on how many surveillance cameras you have around, it may be safer to message your friends over something like Signal than it is to meet up with them. So it's still the network, but you may not be able to do it in MeetSpace because MeetSpace may be occupied.
I would also just default disappearing messages because they can go way back.
That is the default everyone should have. You can go into Signal and set it as a default. You can set it to like 4 weeks if you want, but you shouldn't have the norm of keeping around all your messages. It just sets you up for problems when those kind of things
Especially on the device you carry around with you at all time that can be unlocked with your face or your fingerprint, non-testimonial.
And this isn't just a problem for governments. Like if you have an abusive ex-girlfriend or boyfriend and they go through your phone, this has happened.
That's why we need plausible deniability, right? Like somebody says, unlock your Signal, unlock the other account, like your ledgers. Maybe one more?
Hey, great presentation, great panel. I'm glad that these topics actually covered on like crypto conferences, and I want to bring up like maybe a moral question about for cryptographers in general. I will reference like work by Philip Rogue, called "The Moral Character of Cryptographic Works," and also a presentation by Jeremy Hammond this year at CCC, the Chaos Computer Camp, and they both kind of like converge on this idea that like there are a lot of like white hat hacker types that like could be the next Snowden, but they aren't. And the question is like, do you think there's a lack of moral direction in like crypto community and like people who are working on enhancing like cryptography in like privacy enhancing technologies, because just in a way to like enhance their academic career or like work for business, and like what do you think are good strategies to bring this topic of like, you know, moral obligation of a person who have like causal efficacy over the world in like really strange way to actually make a change. Because I personally see there's lack of that conversation.
I guess I'll give a spicy take. You shouldn't have let the roll-up people rebrand ZK as roll-ups. I don't mind about changing definitions. We changed crypto from cryptography to cryptocurrency. But now we have people going, oh, but those are private, when they're manifestly not. And that makes it substantially harder to actually build privacy-preserving protocols. And yeah, just don't let that kind of thing happen. Be aware that this is Twitter for your bank account, and handing your data to a server to prove it doesn't solve that problem.
My problem with the moral argument is that nobody thinks they are evil. They always think they're doing things for good purposes. So you might have somebody trying to exclude people because they're fighting a war against them, and you might have other people trying to track down other people because they're fighting a war against them, and you might be one of those people. So, yeah.
From my perspective, I think don't make it against local, like make it a positive thing, like privacy for national defense and privacy for local communities. So that because people want to be associated with something positive, and I think especially framing a lot of the privacy preserving tech and cryptography around a positive impact you can have on your local community is like really helpful, rather than like, oh, I'm against the government, like we're here to like build against the government. Like most people can't really associate with this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, a lot of the things that we thought were moral were like maybe not. And so like, I think we've all matured a little bit, right? Like in working in the space. For example, the best company in crypto right now is Tether. Like what moral value does Tether have? The largest miners of Bitcoin in Iran is the IRGC itself, right? Is this Pooh's bags we want to pump? You know, the largest individual potentially user of Tornado Cash was, you know, illicit. Is that what we want, you know, for our systems? Maybe not. Maybe we should think about that. It's not 2017 anymore. You know, we have to acknowledge the enemies that are at the gates and build our systems to deal with the reality.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I fully heard your question, but was it around asking like whether like we should be speaking more about moral imperatives for like cryptographers and white hat hackers to act morally? And if it is, then I don't think that's an important narrative at all, because if you have a system that relies on people to be good actors for that system to survive, that system was not going to survive. That's just the unfortunate reality we live in. Like, for example, like maybe this isn't an example, but, you know, okay, so I have my own biases, right? Because I'm a little bit of an outsider to the cryptographic community. You know, I was self-taught, mentored by amazing people. But like the paper that I co-published, the two ones that kind of had an impact, like Plonk and ClickUp, you know, like we wrote those papers to basically like to almost like to not conform to the standards that existing academic communities required. Like they're not published in any journals, right? No peer-reviewed journal would take Plonk because it doesn't speak the right lingo. Like what lingo does it speak? If you read the paper, there's a section where we call it the Unrolled Protocol, where I wrote basically like a recipe for, okay, if you're an engineer and you want to build this thing, here's what you do. Now, this paper is not easy to read because standards were so much lower back in 2019 than they are today, but it was a lot easier to read than anything else out there, in my opinion. I think there's an axis here between like almost like sacredness and profanity, right? Where the cryptographic community and the white hat community can very much act like a self-appointed guardians to the knowledge that they hold, and act like an elite, where you have to follow their rules, and you have to basically be like them in order for them to access their secrets. You know, like, who has tried to read a cryptography paper? They're fucking miserable. You know, like, they're shit. As in, like, okay, if you want to formally prove a concept, great. They do the job. If you want to communicate an idea to someone, you know, it is the most like brain dead way of communicating information you could think of. Sorry if I'm offending people here. I think it's shit. Like I think one of my mandates and missions is basically to break apart the need for cryptographers to be like leading this like the bleeding edge of the technologies that we're building, to create abstraction layers and tooling that means that people who don't have those kind of extraordinarily like rarefied and high level skills, like people without those skills, they can make major contributions, and broadening access so that you have a much larger pool of participants, and therefore hopefully you'll have a much larger pool of people who will act like towards good and humane ends. Okay, that's my view.
I think the red light has been flashing for a while. So I think this is a good time to end. Thank you all very much for all these spicy takes. I hope you guys had fun.
Who asked the first question during this panel? Are you still here? I think it's you. I think it's you, right? You asked the first question. Yes. I think yours was the best question. So here it is. The very unique and scarce Mario mask. Thank you. Please accept it. Yes, it is. This is the most rare one. Yeah, the most demanding one. Okay, I'm gonna keep this brief. So, just wanna just gonna head straight to closing remarks. It's been a really intense day. So, just to recap about everything that's happened today, the scope of the Shilling Summit, even though big part of it was about privacy, about data protection, data sovereignty, we did also touch upon on public goods funding as well as like funding models and perhaps alternative funding models we should be exploring. And we also touched upon interoperability around having these many protocols, ecosystems, communities, perhaps speaking to each other, and perhaps finding ways to collaborate. So as a reminder, Shilling Summit is, the intention was to be an interface between tech users and policy. I hope that when we started this summit, we were more in this world where like tech, policy, and users were kind of separate. And I hope that right now we are more in this world where there's more overlap, there's more connectivity between the three groups. So yeah, I have a few messages that I want to selfishly throw out there. So the first message is for builders. I want to remind you, if you're building, to build shielding tech for everyone and not just cypherpunks. For many, many years, we've been focusing on building tech for cypherpunks. And honestly, cypherpunks don't need more of this tech. What people need it, like normal people, normies, are the ones who need this the most. So we should focus more on that. The second message is for policy advocates. I wish all of them were here, but otherwise you can deliver the message to them. Policies should be built for citizens and not just for governments and megacorps. The entire purpose of them is to actually help citizens and to protect people. And I feel like we are moving towards this world where we haven't forgotten the purpose of institutions, the purpose of regulations. And we need to stop this trend, and we need to go back to the roots of why all of this was originated. The third message, a bit longer, is for everyone who wants to use data sovereignty. And here is a message for you. You are born with the right and the freedom to share your own data. And not even banks or governments have the right to take this freedom away. And all we can do as tech builders is to enable you, to give you back the control over this data. But the choice of using this freedom is actually in your hands and your hands only. That's it. I hope you had a great time. And yeah, I would like to give a shout out again to all the organizers. Again, this is an event that was organized by many teams, independent teams coming together. Privacy Guardians, Web3 Privacy Now, Knowable, Shielded Labs, who is joining remotely, Heliax, and the NOMA Foundation. And if you feel like you align with the vision, again, there is a DAO for the Shilling Summit, and the idea would be that maybe some teams that organized this one will organize it again, but maybe there will be new teams, independent contributors that want to join forces and organize the next one. And this wallet is the one that, it should be funded only through donations because that will make it remain independent. And if you would like to support, this is one way of supporting, but of course, I hope to see more teams and people coming together to put up this kind of initiative. So yeah, we will keep this Signal group for the community. We'll be dropping the links of the recordings, live streams, pictures, and all the stuff. And yeah, if you want to stay in touch, remain in the Signal group. Maybe we should turn on like disappearing messages as good practice. And that's it. Thanks again. I hope you have a great rest of the day.